What's going on, guys? Drask here. Today we're back to Final Fantasy XIV. Alright, so our goal for today is to continue the 7th Astral Era and see if we can start pushing through some of the main story quests. Last time we ended up doing Coils, which I believe we're going to be continuing that on Saturday if anyone wants to join us. We'll leave a post down like later in the week to fully confirm it. It'll probably be on the Australian servers. Now, out of curiosity, yeah, it looks like we get about the same receiving ping that we do in Australia, so I guess we're just like in the middle? Weird. Ah, Cretaceous, I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No, I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yugiri should travel to the Revenant's Toll forthwith. Alright, so we get a probably spell speed. It's past time Lady Yugiri met with the guild representative in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any future matters arising here in Thalanen which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak with the Slaffborn upon your arrival. He is the one whom the Domans will be working most closely with, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Yugiri to Minfilia and the guild emissary. Both meetings go well. The resulting tide should stand the Domans in good stead for which it has to come. Safe travels, Cretaceous. Alright, so we need to head over to Revenant's Toll next. For anyone curious, we should have some more people joining us eventually, but it seems like it's just going to be us for a little bit. All due respect. Oh, Slackboard, I remember you. And this must be the esteemed Lady Yugiri and her associates. Greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the Toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting, for though we may seem, we have a wealth spirit and a camaraderie to spare. Hey Vera, how's it going? You see, race and creed don't enter into here. We all welcome swords, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course.
Of course. We don't speak to start that for best such as land. You may rest assured that we carry out your orders of due diligence.
Oh, not for a moment did I doubt for the commitment, my lady. But I understand I gave the same speech to the new arrival, and you needn't bow your head or call me master either. We're both into your hands as far as I'm concerned.
As you aspire one, Mrs. Anybody getting to no longer useful for friendship.
Really gotta change that button. Our guest is yet to meet the innocent. Seven hells, Cretaceous, why are you wasting time with me? See them to the rising stones. Every time you use that voice changer, I thought there's a new girl that joined in. I figured that would make it a little bit better for the cutscenes instead of, you know, trying to make a girl voice. Since I found one that's like somewhat decent to actually like swap my voice over to it. I do, however, need to figure out, I guess that would be under key bindings? Whatever it is for the period is where I gotta get rid of. I think it's num delete. So it's not that one. Which I don't even know where they would store it at anyways. Oh, there we go. It's you. Alright, so we'll do that one. Then I assume that'd be the only one? Apply. Nope, to apply changes, keys must be assigned to confirm, cancel, and escape. One. Page up. God, this game has 3,000 keys. No. Control A, there we go. Perfect. The voice changer is a good addition. Hey, thank you, I appreciate it.
Too much is game and was necessarily tired. Forgive me, I've required noted some time eyes on as before killing you. Turns out my stomach bunnies is none.
Guess I forgot it's a second behind, so we need to wait for it to fully do it too. Alright, speak with Manphili at the Rising Stones. It's thought to be inside of you. Oh, is it lagging behind some? I assume this dude just gives dungeons. Nah, gotcha. Let's see. This is the first time that I had it just on the whole time and just like swapping in between my microphone inputs, so might be why. Or it could just be the voice that I was using. So I'm gonna try a different one to see if it works better. So I believe it's supposed to stay like a second behind my normal voice. Oh, you know what? Now it's actually on the filters that I normally use too, though. So that's a little bit different. We'll see if this one's better.
Tis no use. Hey, no, she has a sort of, but. Our demonstration students is about these eating and continue to meet with failure. Writers explored other avenues of inquiry, but have not. And to yield or not. We'll preserve, of course, yet within our hearts, the truth is clear. We're awaiting confirmation which we already know. But for the domes, I am given to understand you are keeping quite busy in the Vesper Bay. The answer question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unresolved. Should not blame me if I did, nor would I deny this matter falls outside our normal purview. But that they to may you would not ignore the plight of these refugees. That's what was within our power to help them. Betty, here is here. You sure and I should very much like to meet her.
Yeah, I was playing with some yesterday. How is it disrespectful? They never actually added any female voices in it. So much easier than having to like try to make a female voice the whole time. Just saying.
Oh, it's also at time. It's saying. We don't share happens to still say our blessings. Your energy is earlier, my lady, by that after you question, you we're knowing how many introduce our summons. The victim of the soul could you not accommodate us? Will we try to foster a solution?
Alright, I'll go back to the normal version then. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. As ever, if it is a pleasure to the innocent, alas, we must take our leave, as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. You sound like Discord's cutting off? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, it's probably just my normal filters on. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slackboard, Lady Ugiri Cretaceous. I finally found the rest of my virtual cables, so I connected those up. And I think that might be causing some of the issues since I just fully initialized those earlier today. And I just put my regular filters on since I assumed it would be the same, but obviously since you're dealing with a different pitch, it's probably cutting it off compared to what it normally would. Lemon and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our endowment friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit, I am still troubled with the matter of the missing crystals. Ishola should be returning anon with a report of the field. Perhaps you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival. Love her tone and her differences from Outnod she feels real, I guess? I've only seen her twice, so I don't really have an opinion on her. Sorry, I've seen her 3 times. The first time, she abandoned everyone because I guess she wasn't happy with the rest of the decision. Then the second time, she sent us in a secret mission.
Caught anything slippery?
Aye, our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Is that a different voice actor?
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Ugh.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst the urging wave to wash away the finless ones.
Hey, Nico.
And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a Primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
Primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a Primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
It's always nice when there's unexpected like narration in cutscenes. I assume it's going to be more narrated like later on in the game. What do you got for us? By the way, Nico, it's just me currently, so we got room if you're wanting to join. Finally, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experiences, you may very well think that eventually is inevitable. Yet so, there is a chance that the Primal's return might be prevented. We must need bend all of our efforts towards the achieving this goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Lima Luensa and meet with the Admiral. We will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtlessly have valuable information to share. And yet, she can't get us a free pass to the airship. Weird. Wonder why the animation stopped. You can join up in a few minutes. Just gonna finish this episode real quick. Yep, no worries. No pressure either way. I assume Mochi is going to be doing the level 70 stuff tonight. Now, I will say this world has like so much more population compared to the world we were on last night. And the funny thing is, like, out of curiosity, I wanted to like check and see like what my ping was on this server compared to the other one. And, well, actually in this city currently is horrible. Before it was like 200, now in this area it's like 1200. So apparently my data center is actually faster in Australia. Which is weird. But I'm assuming it's just because there's so many people in this small server shard, possibly. Over in Ulda, it was like 300. Wanted to do level 70 content, but I have none of my static around. Also, that number isn't your ping, is it? I thought the receiving was the ping. someone was wrong last night when they told me that. Beam us up. You are expected. Pray take the lift to the command room. That is why I spoke to you, mister. You know, out of everybody, I think she has like the best office because she at least has like a little bit of a view. You can see like the ocean. Don't seem like any pirate ships or anything on the distance, but imagine if you're just looking through the window and you see like a whole bunch of dragons heading towards you. At least then she'd be able to alert the town. Well, friends, I take it Yashola has a praise due of the situation? Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Shagan had not crystal enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent's Reavers venturing as far as the Thalgan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of the Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I'm not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the science to support this endeavor. But if the gods forbid, our efforts should come to naught. I won't need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when the Titan last walked these lands. Lady Memphilia, I'm given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you would have sound reason for doing so. Hey Pancake, how's it going? I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with my own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require. But precaution must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Cretaceous. Maelstrom scouts are currently recording Shagan movements within the Sapsa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operations staging point at the Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way to the forthwith, that you might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Fogbridia has charge of the garrison. Yeah, I did the daily trail earlier and the receiving number jumped to 5,000. I thought it was going to disconnect because everything was like 30 seconds delayed. That's not good. I assume you managed to survive though, Nico? Alright, so you... Yeah, I survived and somehow we completed it. Sorry. Let's see here. Thought the number was like vague numbers of the... The number was like the vague numbers of things before being received, like packets or whatever they're called. I don't know internet stuff. It might be. Someone said earlier that that was the ping of the game, so I'm not sure like how to actually look. Keep sneezing. Oh, am I not allowed in? My bad. I thought we were entering the castle. I would expect you, Science of Seventh on behalf of the men and women here. I thank you for your cooperation. That our citizen is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent the Leviathan's return. Let's see here. As you may already know, the Maelstrom Scouts have been dispatched to Runcorntier, the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe like these before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, we have orders to determine whether the Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that all may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts mentioned in Sapsa, all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend to those who have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, if the apparent circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies, by no means venturing too deep into the enemy territory, however. We can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Yeah, I think it's packets. Don't think it's the ping per se though, because that number's always high when there's a lot of people around you. Yeah, I noticed that. See, now it already dropped down to 270. Alright, so let's see here. Looks like we're just supposed to be looking for wounded. Help somebody! All the times to forget the restorative. There you go, mister. Apparently not. Can I give it to you now? Well, that was weird. There was just some random march behind me and then that was it. I always thought it was the ping, but it's really skyrocketed during the raid dungeon. Now I know. Thank you, I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent's Reavers. Lightly armed as we are, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee thus far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's tongue. I'm certain of it. I could make my way back to the camp, but I fear the worst for the comrades. Save them, I beg of you! I suppose we can save them. We got an owl on our shoulder. We're just going to, you know, be nice and invisible. I guess we just kill everybody. Seeing to level 51. Okay, so even though it sinks us, we're not actually like underpowered. We're still the same strength, basically. So I don't think I'd be one hitting things at 51 or 2 hitting, whatever it was. One at a time here. Oh, they're seriously not going to get pulled? Oh, well, this one's come released. See here. You have to look online and see if there's like an actual forum to tell you like what exactly your ping is. They might not actually list it in this game. guess we'll just keep taking one at a time if they don't want to all pull. This is really weird. There were a bunch of people who were having a hard time in this area, so they like toned it down some. Alright, so do that. Now this is where, well, it's not the same beach, I don't think, at least, where they had like the mermaid from the previous area. Kind of looks like a similar environment though. It might have been outside of this town now. I'm thinking about it. It was somewhere in this region, I think. Let's see, so we got you. Oh, you're alive? How dare you? That's got you did. Alright, so those are just normal things, so we don't have to worry about them. Assume you're part of it? Do flare. Down the winter criminals and send her into the abyss. Oh, okay, so there's still a few more around here. Did you get the full ironwork set? I believe so. I think I might be short like one accessory or something, but it's close enough to the full set. Yeah, apparently I'll be pretty good for a while. Okay, so you're going to take a little bit more damage compared to everybody else, apparently. At least 90, or you've got at least 60 quests before you need that better gear. Surely ARR isn't that long. I haven't looked to see like where I am inside the actual like quest line. I feel like we're making decent progress at least. Quest alone. Yeah, but I'm not sure like where we actually are inside the list of 80. So I know we took a slight side detour last night with the coils, which I was thinking I might try to make a few Reddit posts to see if we can actually get like some people that would actually like want to join us for like the proper coils, or we can actually like do it fully unsynced or sorry, fully synced and do it properly. So now we're just going to walk past these guys, no one's going to attack us, and we'll be fine. Isn't that right, mister? Wait, we had a whole conversation about you not attacking me. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm also stuck at max money. Would you like to know the number of quests before the end of the post MSQ that you're at? Sure. I am kind of curious. I have 61 quests to go. See, I told you we were making decent progress. We've done at least 20 so far. Okay, so this is where we just take their bodies back, I assume? Corpse number 1. Corpse number 2. They don't even have names. Alright, let's see what the mount picks for today. Well, I like this one. I think appearance-wise and like song-wise, I think this is my favorite. So far, at least. Alright, so... well, I assume some of those are going to be shorter too. Maybe long, but I say take your time, no need to rush. Almost definitely. Plus, all this is during this stuff where you don't actually have to pay for the games. I mean, you may as well take your time and take use of the free trial that you have available to you. Adventurer, sir, how might I be a better service? Well, am I not supposed to... You're in the way, mister. You return, thank the navigator. When I learned that you went into the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I fear would have met an untimely device. But tell me, what became of the others? Well, 2 of them are dead. 1 lived, but 2 are dead. Dear gods! These wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does that savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what have become of the 2 who remain unaccounted for. I pray they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price was paid, but was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Ooh, we have another war. Alright, so he doesn't seem too pleased with your play in here, so I'm just going to say, based on his reaction, you're about to tell me something very stupid and it's going to get me killed. Thrice damned fishbacks bastards! I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all the 7 hells. Peace, Commander. We're here for a purpose, and Venus is it not. I want to remind you on the task at hand, savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Shaken and their thralls have already begun to amass at the Aetherite in the depths of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready. But to await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Shagans have tight security in the area surrounding the spawning grounds. A friendly assault is likely to be met with a fierce resistance. Huh. Are we not so artless as that, Commander? We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetherite and eliminate the Shagan priest presiding over the summoning. We're not here to kill them at all. The Maelstrom shall engage the district of the Shaken Legion of the Drowned Pirates of the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land is the devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault, and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the self-same moment, a divisionary squadron formed of the galleon from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. Likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Shaken defensive efforts. Cretaceous and Ushola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, ridding your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwanted attention. Thankfully, Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Shaken as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take your heels and circle round to join the infiltration unit of Ushola and Cretaceous. When all has been set in motion, I shall cut my path to the Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Memphilia as we agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends! To battle! How far am I into the Crystal Towers storyline? I completely finished that one. When last did we fight side by side, Cretaceous? It was too long ago, I warrant. But come, let us away. I think I finished it at least. Last time we got to... let's see. Yeah, we did these three so far. The Secret Tower and then the World of Darkness. So I believe that was everything inside of the Crystal Towers that we could do currently. I'm sure there's more stuff to do like once you get to the Heavensward area. But I did all the stuff like in between it. Yeah, Sniper and everyone was able to help me out like super late at night one night. Actually, I think you were there for it. That was that night that everyone had a debate on where A, B, and C were supposed to be during like a normal raid. This place looks like a dump. Hello there. It's not a normal raid. Wait, what? So I was going to leave these things be since I'm higher leveling them, so I don't think it's really going to matter anyways, finishing it. Place for it, the reasoning of the normal raid is what a 8-man content is called. Are you just hanging out, or are you wanting to join? Because you have to invite me if you're wanting to play. Still part of the, you know, free trial can't do nothing with people list. Lost track of what I've done with you guys and my other friends. Go through the first checkpoint and defeat the Shakens that appear. Ah, these things, okay. I see that you're one-hitting everything. Hello, Sniper.
Hello.
How was work?
Work was work.
Did your car blind anybody?
Man, I hope so.
The only thing that I think is more distracting than, well, I guess there's two things. There's the kids that get the HIDs and have no clue how to actually aim their headlights when they put the HIDs on and blind everybody. Then there's the cops that feel the need to leave their lights on extremely bright when they pull somebody over for no reason. Especially in like a dark country road.
dim themselves when oncoming traffic comes through.
Miles' friends are not, or Miles' friends are also at a similar progress as you, so I keep messing you two's progresses up. Oh, is that why we were playing on the Aussie servers? By the way, Vero says hi.
Hi. Yeah, I'm traveling home right now.
Traveling home right now.
Yeah, my character is traveling between data centers.
Oh, you figured out how to do it.
Yeah, it's coming home.
Congratulations.
Not my first rodeo. Oh, it arrived safely. It makes me wonder, do characters not arrive safely sometimes?
That would be, I think it would be funny. I'm sure some people that would pay a lot of money would be like very disappointed. But imagine if you like transferred your character, then like they just made a little bit of a joke out of it, and like they put like a third arm or something on your character just to, you know, like a 5-minute thing just to like mess with you. That'd be funny.
Or worse, your character experience turns them down with playing. Please find a new character at your earliest convenience.
Yeah, I think mine would be funnier. That would just be annoying.
I think it would be very infuriating at first, but when you realize it was just a gag, it would be funny.
What class are you playing, Mochi? My flare looks cool, but it did not kill the man. What exactly is a red mage? As I was lectured, there's no such thing as an evil thing in this game. It turns out that the black mage can't be considered evil. They're a mage that intertwines black and white magic. So they don't get along with the black mages and they don't get along with the white mages, what you're saying.
I'll get along just fine.
No, clearly they're the ones that got outlawed out of both of them. They're like, oh, that guy, we don't want him around here. We'll give him to the white mages. And the white mages are like, we don't want him. He studied that. And then they both kicked him out.
There you go, making broad generalizations again.
Yeah, I'm good at it. Don't worry. Even axolotls are out in this game.
Very possible.
So have you transferred to America? Are you in one piece?
But yeah, I said arrived safely.
She did. Pray do not concern yourself. 'Twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetheryte is close at hand. Let us pray on. What happened to her? Come on, let the fish gods do it. We want to see a giant fish.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Did I miss much? So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
I have a feeling that the rogue class cannot do any of those moves. Do they?
Right.
Are you sure this weapon a stick? Like an actual stick with a leaf? Maybe not the knife blade, but definitely the others. Here's Nico. The landing move is the ninja moveset.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Swordwalkers, tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea.
There we go.
Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
Don't like the anchor that much?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What? Such power! It is transcendent!
Seven hells.
Shoot that one too.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal. Oh, mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
She gets it.
Foolish Shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
She should do that more often. it probably would have sped things up. Water dragon?
Heavens fulfilled.
Damn it all!
By me, am the word. But it could by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
We to fight a big giant fish.
Sounds like fun.
I just spent no normal wall of water. That of the Leviathan makes Rage to Conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise an entire coastal settlement. If this last attempt is any guide, we cannot suffer history to be repeated, and yet, how the thumbs hells are we going to prevent it? Well, we're going to prevent it with nothing good. Our plight carries out for the action, we must take thought. So long as the Leviathan remains in the open seas, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none, and of that you may be assured. But Lemelian herself would strike out the best lord of the world in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and matchwood of us. We need another plan. That much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. How come I can't ever make the plan when we're at the site with everyone speaking to them face to face? I need to think on this. Let me travel all the way across the world and make you pay again to have this conversation.
Technically, you wouldn't have to pay if you just ran the distance. Technically.
I don't think that my mount can cross the ocean, can it?
Depends where you're going from where you're going.
Mordona to Lima Lumensa. He said it might be traveled.
Might be travelable.
It may be. Oh, and it's raining here.
Checking my map.
You get there to Lima, I'm pretty sure. By the way, Sniper, someone passed me the leader, so I'm not able to invite you.
Well, give me a leader, I can, but...
Oh yeah, you could totally get there.
Our window is darkened.
There used to
You
be a
could to-
hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Halfstone it was called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the Company of Heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
It will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafirson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
So you go through Geary in the command room. Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walk among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. That I have come to face with the Primal, I to begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated the Leviathan. What of the Company of Heroes? The details are yet hazy, Admiral, but we have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I'm disinclined to put any store by this claim. And even should it be true, it is Ushula said, none save the Company of Heroes have bested Leviathan. We know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we don't already know? And yet, we have a wagering Lamincia survival on 2 ships, some ropes, and a pile of crystal. Can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any matter of advantage, should we not hear it? The twin vessels will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on the supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Cretaceous, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning and the idleness. The man you are looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet, and Lord Nosika. The Storm Private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey be fruitful. There's a lot of cutscenes in this area now. Before there wasn't too many. Is this going to be a man with a hammer sniper?
If you're in Ulda, possibly.
I'm not in Ulda.
Then probably not.
Oh, good.
I still don't understand why you hate him so much.
Because he's clearly a joke character.
Only when dealing with his family.
Which is the entire time.
Only when dealing with his family. For the rest of the time, he's 100% pure business. Syndicate business.
All the way across the world. You said pure syndicate business?
Yep. Don't make just any joke character one of the most influential people in Ulda.
Yeah, they do. Did you sell your other car? What happened with the other one?
We're sending it off to a good cause.
What was a good cause?
I don't know, some charity.
You're sending a charity a blown up car?
Hey, if they want it, well, who am I to tell them no?
Fair enough. Well, they can get a tax write-off on it.
Maybe.
Is it like to Goodwill or something?
Not Goodwill. I think it's called Towers and Tunnels. It's for military veterans.
Oh.
So good cause.
Gonna strip that car apart and sold it for a bunch of money.
And they'll do.
Oh, it's this dude again. This dude is worse than the hammer guy. It's that phony guy who claims to be the hunter of everything. We don't need to speak to him. We already know the answer. Negative. Now look here, you. You'll have your bloody story right after you carry these sacks of grain over to the mill. But sir, that's what you said before you had me pick up those oranges for you, before I mucked out to the chocobo stables, and before I rolled the millstone over to the mill, and also before... Gods, man! I work these days straight without a wink of sleep. These days, do you hear me complaining? Alright, but I suppose some of you... Alright, I'm gonna skip through this since I don't want to stare at that screen. Unfortunately, him, I could barely sleep for all the brine he was pulling me. Must have been a lagoon with at least. You could knock me trusty axe out of the hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a great mistake. What happened next? Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up to the knots. Not wasting to take the glory of defending myself. I let my mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm a modest as well as heroic. Perhaps too modest. Now that I know there's some say we can truly beat the Leviathan, let's you got to that. Learn to live with him and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company, though. What? It's you! I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the tension is all. And I take back everything I said. I was never part of the company heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. Nothing chocobo dung. No, I'm the maggots you find wiggling in the chocobo dung. After lying women to tumble 'em. And don't happen much. Me and my members tiny, it's pathetic. I sure as hell didn't find the love in Vetus, but I have seen him with my own eyes. 'Twas a fair years back when I was working as the baker's hand. I was shrinking my duties one day and loitering about the harbor when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent with mons of the coast. With a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared I soiled myself right there and then. What? Oh gods, just remember the day that made me soil myself all over again. Hey, wait! If you're asking about Leviathan, it means you're playing to fight him, ain't ye? Well, take care. He really is terrible, dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in the gullet or at the bottom of the sea. Why, you worthless, lying... I can't believe you made me handle the chocobo dung. Yep, Cretaceous here. It was all a lie. Cretaceous is an affiliate. Were you able to learn what to use against the Leviathan? I beg your pardon? Leviathan, I see, that's unfortunate. At any rate, I have a tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at the Morbay dry dock. Pray make your way here as soon as you're available. So we're fighting the Leviathan, sniper.
Sounds interesting. Sounds like it'll be fun.
Is your new car gas or what is it?
Yeah, it's gas. Come on. I'm still an American. Come on.
I don't know what new cars are nowadays, if they're all hybrids or not. Wasn't that supposed... Well, I guess it's still supposed to be a thing. I think they're all supposed to be working towards it, aren't they?
I'm still an American.
I'm told your yacht to the Grey Fleet provided fruitless. By Sympathy's lad. A wager is served to take your mind off the events of the recent days, though. But enough of this nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel of the Orlater, I call her, is complete, in that she surpasses all expectations. In addition to her prodigious tone's edge, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would also mention that she is nigh unseekable, but I'm not to tempt fate. The Horleater and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word and we shall bear you to the Leviathan. I know that look. You are ready. Have you been constructed in some haste? The ship may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She's been fitted what our friends at the Null Peak in V-Bill are calling an elemental converter. Assuming that things work, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold onto the water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device. Manually keep that in mind. It's expected that the Shagan and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. According to the mail show, this will once again employ the diversions. Bankrit and Yashola, I would have you assist in this effort. But to fulfill this purpose, your diversionary force must not want for the numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it. Having seen a fight in Sapsa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Thank Bankrit and Yashola if you would join the 3rd Levy and Lady Ugiri in the 5th. What words I have fallen for the man who has made a sport of slaying gods. Only these, go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments in a few words of my own. I know that we have all the utmost faith in you, Cretaceous. May the crystal bless and keep you. Duty Finder has been updated with a new regular duty. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick before we start. Is everyone ready for a boss fight?
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
I love the confidence. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Let's see here. I'll learn what I did wrong last time. I forgot to clear the section. When I was trying to do the what was it called? The coils yesterday. I couldn't start it since we had just done one of the dailies.
That work out well for you?
Well, someone else took over it. You were there for most of the coils, weren't you?
Yeah, but I didn't know if you finished them off like that.
No, we stopped after you left. Well, did we? Yeah, we did it. I finished up the second set of coils, sorry. I think we might have done like one or two more after you left. So I see that we're at the point in the game where it's no longer 4 people.
Yeah, it'll pick back up in Heavensward. Look, I'm going to say something. You may not like it, but at the end of the day, I get you don't want to cheese your way through the coils, but at the end of the day, what we were doing was we were going into a raid for 8 people with less than 8 people and forcing ourselves to equip equipment of that level. So, like, you have to understand, at the time of AR, the coils were like the end-all be-all hardest challenge in the game.
Yep.
So,
and it was still more entertaining dying a few times than going through it than just walking, staring at things dying in front of me.
We were going in with 2 legs and a hand cut off.
Yeah, that's fine. It was more entertaining than watching Ash and you just one-hit everything while I walk. In my opinion, at least. I don't know. Obviously, there was more dying and more destruction, but there was actually gameplay.
Yeah.
And you might actually learn the boss mechanics instead of everyone like, well, I don't know, I did this unsynced, I came back to it. So like 90% of the people don't even know how to actually do it. I know.
It would have been, I mean, if we had a full group and stuff like that, I bet it would have been fun to learn it. But I mean, don't get me wrong, we definitely had fun, but we were basically banging our heads against a wall.
That was the plan.
Oh.
Did you say no?
No, I said, oh, okay.
Yeah. Hey, it was all part of the plan. I don't know. I'm still sticking with it's not fun just watching everything die in front of me.
Oh,
and then you can somewhat learn the boss mechanics.
No, but we were clearly enjoying it more. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say we weren't. That would be a lie.
Unfortunately, the final coils are nigh impossible without an 8-man. Yeah, I'm going to make no promises since I'm still pretty small, but I'm going to try to make a post on Reddit and YouTube and see if we can get anyone else interested in joining us on Saturday. Now that we know when you're available to play with us, Vero. And then we'll see if you're also able to play with us, Mochi. And then if we can actually get like a full group, maybe we can start from the beginning. Or we can just finish off with the 3rd set. Unless Sniper magically starts pulling out friends that he had from years ago. Now, I know he gave us like this whole epic storyline. Please tell me this little raft down here isn't his magical boat that he crafted for us, is it?
You're getting disrespectful again. Don't disrespect the Cid.
Is that his boat? What Cid? Cid didn't craft anything, it was this dude.
Oh, I thought I saw Cid in the background.
Eisenhower Slafserson.
Well, then, yeah, that's probably it. You'll be alright.
Yeah, no, Sid's not here. He's over there chilling with everybody else at the Crystal Towers, remember?
Maybe, I don't know.
So we're waiting for 2 healers and a tank.
Yep.
Sid's out there being a baddie. Now, does this one have a cool mount to it? For the,
It has a pony.
Oh, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Which one's this one?
Water.
Have you used the water one?
No, I don't think I've actually tried to get it yet.
So this game also has that. Healers, tanks, and DPS characters.
I got the one that I wanted to have. That was Ice and Earth. Those are the 2 I wanted to have. So those are the ones I went for first.
The wind's clearly the coolest one.
I can show you the. I can show you the water one if you want to see how it looks like.
Sure.
Yeah, no, Ice is still the best.
Ice is most. Ooh. We have our fights ready. Not characters' jobs. They're very different. You can swap between roles and classes at any time.
this piece of shit?
Also, no, this doesn't have a mount. That's only the extreme. Well, it's not really the extreme variant of it. Because once we finish this, we'll be able to do the extreme variant. I assume magically your ranger is going to have an inkling to be like, oh! Cretaceous, we just found news of a new Leviathan. He's very angry. And then we'll see RNGs on my side and see how many times. It's kind of a boss fight. Ooh, we got a pirate ship. There we go. That's so much cooler than Sid's little raft. They just dump us out here on this platform and leave?
Wouldn't you?
I mean, maybe. He's got some major, like, turkey neck vibes. Alright, so what is there crazy about this fight? I assume there's going to be giant water puddles we're going to have to avoid or something?
Yeah, and there's also that thing in the middle. I'm sure that comes into play.
Maybe. Maybe he'll just forget about it and he won't try to kill us. Alright, so we're going down a quarter so far. Oh, we gotta add spawn again.
That's what the off tank is for.
I think this is a little bit different style of music compared to what they normally do.
Yep.
It's actually not too bad. It's just a little bit more like primitive. The heck? Oh, we're fighting his tail? I assume we stand next to this thing and not die?
Just get under, just make sure, like, the dome, if it gets smaller, you're in it. Oh, here we go.
Alright, well now the music dropped. Oh my god, the whole boat's rocking.
Don't come a knocking.
Wait till they get into the chorus. This one wasn't actually too bad.
Again, from here on, it's a lot more about mechanics. So, like, for instance, the tank that was with us was smart and wasn't sitting there fighting me for the aggro. Instead, what he did is he went and aggroed the tail, and so we could keep them both occupied, as opposed to the tail just attacking all the healers because nobody's paying attention. Or if somebody hadn't touched the battery and set it off in time, it would have been a wipe.
Did they go cheap? Where's the storage chest?
Oh, you don't get one.
What do you mean you don't get one? It's a boss fight. Yeah, we just been robbed. Mister, Miss, can you believe it? They stole us the chest. I want to MT. What does MT mean? Oh, main tank. I'm going to go off the safe assumption that I go back to your ranger and magically he's going to have a quest here again. Let's see here. And this is clearly the best horse. The wind one. Though I haven't seen the nightmare horse yet, so I guess I can't say that. So far the wind looks the coolest.
It's the purple.
Yeah, but what's the soundtrack for it?
Oh wait, not purple, I'm thinking of the other one.
The triumph trio doth return. Thine eyes speak of the dread task of completion. The second quill now lieth dormant. Yet I sense the tidings thou bearest are not altogether. Glad, pray tell me, what ill hath cast the shadow with falleth now across thy brow? Well, we were doing 2 coils and we fought a giant sea serpent, now we're trying to get the sea serpent horse. An old foe and an old friend. For 'twas but the ethereal shadow of Master Louise and Lady Aisley beheld an unnatural conjuration in thrall to the Elder Primal. That the fiend should deign to choose him of all men, even in full knowledge of the shade's true nature, I would be hard-pressed to weather such a confrontation. Yet what agonies must the young mistress have endured? Such torment did she ne'er deserve. Mayhaps 'twere better if the Lady Aisley did absent herself from the future forays unto the coils. I have come too far to surrender grief, Ranger. My lady? I'm resolved to defeat these fiends, and naught shall sway me from my path. Now let us peer more into the deeply into the well of our discoveries. As you wish, my lady. By your leave, I would speak with first of the coils, the late guardian, Nael Von Darnus. Von Darnus was a legatus of the Garlean Empire who strove to bring about the Azora's final destruction, only to fall even as the Sixth Sun did. Yet if thou hasn't heard the tales of the White Raven, then it is not whom they speak. I say Nael was for certainly no maid. The noble house of Van Darnus, as we discovered, were all too late, and safeguarded the wisdom of the ancient Alag. 'Twas thus the legatus came to learn the nature of the Gauntlet, and to seek to employ the Red Moon as the weapon against Azora. By the Crystal Tower, and the mechanisms required to command the satellite, yet lay hidden beneath the ground and compelling to Nael to construct a far less subtle mechanism. And in his first flattering attempt to communicate with Dalmid, he did likely rouse the satellite's slumbering prisoner. Thenceforth did the White Raven's soul belong to the Bahamut. He was fortunate indeed to acquire such powerful a thrall by chance. 'Tis little wonder he was able to loathe to part with him. Why let a simple thing like the death deprive one of the useful as a pawn? Though we may accuse him of bungling Von Darnus' resurrection, I dare say Bahamut was content to have a handmaiden as a manservant. I only hope that the 2 thralls we encountered were the extent of his flock. Yet I cannot help but dwell on Nael's words, those beloved children of whom he spoke. I assumed at first that he referred to the moon's beastly guardians, but should Bahamut have enslaved other mortals, we must needs remove this source of worship, otherwise our efforts to save the coil shall be for naught. Forgive me mine indelicacies, my lady. Thou art wise indeed as speak of expurging the primal thralls, but canst thou truly pursue a course which would cost thee thine own grim desire? My heart and mind are one of this matter. Grandfather's salvation can be one but the single method, the destruction of Bahamut, and aught might just serve to sustain him. Patricius, while Ranger and I endeavor to ascertain the existence of any further thralls, I suggest you grant yourself a moment of respite. Rest assured that I will contact you the moment I have further amenable talents. That we have achieved so much, I owe you. I fear, however, that our trials have barely begun. Though time has dulled the pain of thy passing, I find that I am wounded afresh. Master Luis, what good shall come of the unending search for knowledge and truth? Long have I believed the pursuit of such treasures to be the duty of ever-true Charlene. Yet when each new revelation serveth only to heap further against anguish upon those whom we would fall and fain protect, must we truly reach for more. So you found your resolve, dear sister. Will you now find a use for the secret, for the key that only you and I hold? Given our familial propensity for curiosity, you would do well to remember that the key may serve to seal the doors as well as unlock them, and Bombet is most unwelcome guest, to whom the door should never have been opened. Wait, so I don't have a quest to do the extreme trial yet?
Did you finish your current quest?
Darn it. Hold on, I gotta go back over there and fully complete it. I just remember that every single time that you did like a main boss fight there, you would have a quest line, so I went there immediately instead of turning it in and then going there. So many people in this world.
Give me a minute.
Getting ahead of myself.
And there we go.
So what? Is that really what you've been doing with your time?
Yeah.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
So she's a spy.
Put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
Yuri met the fraternity. The Admiral's informed me of your arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Ugiri. The south stands a gate leading to the pier for a smaller fishing vessel. Look for an inconspicuous Huron man there, and present the letter to him. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now before you go, I am obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of the Lumensian society. They value independence more highly than the pirates. They are united by a bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are inevitable wary of new faces. Though it should be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here's the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. Alright, so now we fight the sea serpent. Alright, so now I'm assuming I go back to you, you ranger.
Yep. So I had this fun idea.
Oh god, what is this idea?
Remember that really old game I showed you?
Yes.
The one that was ultimately very lame because EA? So I got onto a free shard and I had this exceptional idea. I'm gonna build my own business. Sniper wolves, luxury arrows, and discount pets.
He still only has one quest, or do I have to actually go through the quote quest for the other ones pop up?
No, you should have to do the quote quest for that.
Well, I mean, it's not like... Yeah, hold on, let me just read through it. Where the castle light were so ever secrets lie hid in the darkness, though that what illuminates the sun bringeth him joy. But it is with such unhappy truth as Bahamut's immense shadow doth conceal. Yet onward forgeth Mistress Aisley, undereth by burden of knowledge that with an heavy on heart, 'tis a perilous path she hath chosen, and a painful one. I prithee, Cretaceous, remain by her side as her valiant blade, that she might see her quest to its conclusion. This man needs to learn how to speak normal. Cretaceous, it is well that you are here. My lady, how might I serve you this day? I have met with some difficulty in my mission. Granger and I should be grateful for your counsel. As you know, Bahamut's physical form is degenerating beneath the Cartonel flats even as we speak. If we are to prevent his return, we must needs disable the two remaining imminent hulks that sustain him. Every moment of our mission is delayed, the realm is pushed closer to the brink of destruction. Alas, though, I am determined the location of the fragments of the Dalman leading to the hulks, I have been unable to find a way to enter them. Gaining admittance is but the first steps in the perilous undertaking. When at last thou descended into the bottomless subterranean fastness, thou didst discover, didst thou not, that the dreaded primal had bound the shade of Nail Von Darnus onto his will. And though thou didn't consign the fallen goddess to bless oblivion, thou mayest recall that the piteous wretch was not alone. Doubt not, but the Bahamut's other thrall shall seek to hinder thy passage. You can say his name again, your Ranger. I have not forgotten my grandfather is waiting for us. Lady, I would remind you, as I must have reminded myself, that man whom we both loved or revered is no more. What remaineth is but a shade, which defileth his memory. The vile verbiage that speaketh from the lips must not heed, for it cometh not from your grandsire, but from Bahamut himself. You need not worry, Ranger. Come, what may, I will stray away from the course. I will not let grandfather's sacrifice be in vain. But mere words will not take us whither we must go. As I say, I am unable to find a way to enter the fragments of the Gauntlet. My lady, might I suggest that you visit the fragments again, Cretaceous' company? Full off hath the Warrior of Light set events in motion, virtue of their presence alone. 'Tis possible that you may do so again. The world shall search for the answers of mine. By our own efforts combined, full sure am I that the path shall be revealed to us ere long. Or to anyone else, I would question wisdom of such advice, yet I cannot deny that what you say about Cretaceous is true. Very well, I shall do as you suggest. Assuming you have no objections, of course. Good. Then now we speak to entry 2 fragments of Gauntlet. One lies at the Burning Whale in the Eastern Thana, and the other at the Singing Shard in Mordona. Left an assignment at each location with instructions to continue searching for means of ingress. It is not possible that they could have found something useful to us. Let us begin by visiting my man at the Burning Wall desk. I think it was. Well, apparently that mission didn't have an extreme variant sniper.
What?
The big sea serpent.
Sure does.
Well, does someone else other than your ranger give me that mission?
No, it's him.
Then why is he not giving it to me?
Well, I thought I explained it. Okay, so you have to complete through the Maelstrom, and then Oranje should give you a quest called Whirl of a Time.
Okay. Well, he didn't.
Are you sure? Did you just finish through the Maelstrom?
I assume so. I mean, the quest is called When Yuri Met the Fraternity.
No, you still got to keep going then.
Okay, so this one's different. That's weird.
Yeah.
So the other ones, you just defeat the boss, and then you come back to your ranger, and then you pick the elite trial up.
Yeah. As soon as you finish when Yuri met the fraternity, you should then have through the Maelstrom.
Gotcha, okay.
So you're close. Just keep going.
Yeah, I was misunderstanding it. It's weird how this one's different. They never tell you when you're supposed to be going back to your ranger to, get the quest back. So I was just going preemptively, assuming that, it was ready. I was wrong.
So what do you think about my shop idea?
Do people still play the game?
Yeah. There's people all over this place running around right now.
And you're going to sell shoes.
No. What part of Sniper Wolf's luxury arrows and discount pets says shoes?
Well. Got business to spare me, Venture? I do. I got a letter. So you're the man the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thank or two. Been a while since I saw him. But what with all the Joe-eyed wrenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. He must be the Far Easterner what Merwib says wants to train with us. Why do Liam's, my lady? I'm Yugiri of Duma. It is an honor to make an acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that, lass. Liam's is a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might as be as my people keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you've developed the fighting technique suited to this purpose, I see. Know that with the practitioners of my art, too, are Denzians of the shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much that we might learn from one another, I think. Then what in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you'd come with us, Yugiri of Do What's, we can get acquainted in more private surrounds. That didn't come out right, did it? Master Cretaceous, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am too low to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to the Domans. No words should suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my marital knowledge to the people of Azora. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. What does she teach? Much and much more has occurred since the first I held Azora from the galleon's deck. Suffice to say, I did not envision being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business on your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Memphilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I do so in person, I would need my fullest my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, warrior of light. Speak with Memphilia, all the way in Morduna. So I assume you're playing game number 2 while you're waiting for me to get caught up?
Yeah. Because I can't really heal you right now because you're too high of a level.
What are you talking about?
You're too high of a level to heal.
How am I too high of a level to heal?
Because then I'd be I'm only level 52.
That's fine.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul. But never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale. Yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend.
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
Preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
So let's see here. Direct hit rate, strength. Nothing that I really need. Wait a minute. Sniper! This game is trying to trick people.
Is it?
I have 3 earrings.
Yeah.
That they gave me as a choice of option. They all have different names. There's a Royal, there's a Gloam, and there's a Noct.
Okay.
Every single earring has the exact same stats.
Probably not. Let me take a look here.
Or sorry, 2 of them have the same stats and 1 has direct hit rate higher.
Dexterity. Strength, critical hit. Strength.
Like, literally, the only one is the far right one has a little bit more direct hit rate. Why would they? That's so weird.
Well, clearly, neither one, none of them are any good to you, so.
But the real question is, why did they give me 3 of the same, or 3 almost the same? Like different when putting it on. I have a giant horn blocking my earring, so I can't tell you.
Magic.
Let's see.
2020. Yeah.
Well, Vera, there's my little glimpse of my earring.
Oh, you just take the silver pieces.
I'm maxed out on money.
I didn't say spend the silver pieces. I just take them.
Oh no, I'll take the earring.
Because I think those are worth what? How much? Like 500 a piece? Yeah, 500 a piece, and they don't count against your cap. That's money for later when you do start spending.
Friends, the very isle itself, with everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Durandra will send us word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is in our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak out of a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns aetheric fluctuations which may have been previously attributed to good King Moogle Moog the Seventh. That the king is no more the blessing for which we may have you to thank. Yet all is not too well with Twelfthwood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing aetheric disturbance of considerable magnitude that may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation. I would have you... Cilia! I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What is the matter with the problem? A band of refugees hailing from Ulda this time are coming to Revenant's Hole to seek asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment that we gave the Domans. At present they are in the 7th Haven, waiting a formal response. I see, perhaps this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Cilia! You are full well know that we have the resource to accommodate more people. Consider what will happen if we do this. Word will spread and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Cretaceous, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. That's right. Meeting is adjourned. And if this game had it so each character played like a specific role, like in Guild Wars Sniper, I would have grabbed the silver, but since they all shared with like different classes, I figured to grab the earring would be better for like if I eventually get my tank built, since I had the vitality.
Okay, I'm gonna give you this one little warning. All right, you are going to be progressing through 2 other DLCs.
Mm-hmm.
Considering to buy. Think of all of the earrings that are going to be you're going to take from quests and things along that way, and you don't have a minion to be dropping things on, so you will eventually run out of space.
I only have 14 so far. I'm not hoarding that many, okay?
Yeah, that's only the first now. times what's 14 times 3?
What about it?
What's 14 times 3?
42?
And do you have that many slots for earrings?
I'm not going to grab them all. Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. There's no problem. This is what I buy and don't buy.
Listen, being a pack rat is one of the worst things you can have. I know from experience. I got like 5 or 6 different classes with like gear for every level, and that's why I have like 5 retainers.
Oh, so that's why Ash pays for 7.
Yeah, because Ash is also a pack rat, keeping everything, because you might need it later.
How many retainers do you got, Nico?
0.
0?
Yeah, 0. I don't save up on my shit. everything that was used and more as well.
Not a pack rat, see?
There we go. The Lord of Worlds slain in thy hand. 'Twas indeed both heroic and historic, a tale to behold down to the ages. I fear, however, that the terror of the Indigo Deep did slumber but briefly in the Aetheral Sea. The Maelstrom hath assured me the unhappy certitude that the Leviathan doth stir from the abyss once more. Should this indeed prove the case, then we face the most troubling and chilling precedent. Lord of World is a voracious being, and not less than a treasure trove of crystals, would serve to lure the entity back to our plane of existence. 'Tis folly then to believe that the sea-bound beastman could gather such a whole with such a possible alacrity. No, we must assume that the Shagans have adopted the disturbing new summoning ritual we observed amongst the other beast tribes. A threat of unprecedented magnitude now loomed over the Lima Lumensa. Take thy to the swiftest road to the Maelstrom Command and offer to the stalwart service. Thy shining light must needs illuminate the ocean's darkest swill. I am on the quest to hunt the sea serpent. So what you're saying is I need to stop picking up the earrings that I don't need since I have ironwork stuff.
Also a good idea.
Or I can store all my stuff on your inventory.
No, you agreed. Specifically that you would not trade with other players.
See, now when you said that you agreed part, I didn't agree.
Yeah, you did, because you clicked I agree.
But this thing is, I don't remember clicking anything. So clearly I didn't do it.
He's technically right. She can't even trade.
Cretaceous of the Scions, you are as ever welcome to the site of the Maelstrom Command. Our worst fears are realized. The primal Leviathan has returned to threaten our shores. Would it not become impossible for the fishbacks to summon their rapacious god without a considerably longer period of preparation? But there can be no more mistake. Prior to contacting Ranger, we received a report to the almost complete destruction of the merchant fleet upon the open sea. Only one vessel managed to limp into port, bearing the decidedly unwelcome news of the Leviathan's resurgence. Judging by the testimony given by the surviving crew members, the massive waves the entity leveled against the ships dwarfed anything that we ever seen the Primal's command before. Should he unleash a tidal wave of similar empowered portions, Limensa would be scratched for this island like a barnacle from a hole. It is such dread imaginings in mind that Abynia shall sail forth to slay the Lord Whirl yet again. Our strider remains unchanged. The twin vessels, the Horde Leader, is already being prepared under the command of Storm Marshal Slafsrin. Make your way into the Morbay dry docks. Once your own preparations are complete, seek out Sergeant Sterlinola. She will assist you safely aboard the ship. May the navigator guide you to protect you. You are a very loud person. Besides, you have the gill cap. Getting the gill pouch would help. Alright, so apparently 2 people have voted for your silver pouches, sniper.
I am kind of smart when I want to be. SMR.
Storm Sergeant, still at your service. The Horde Leader is loaded and ready, sir. I'll give the signal for the towering vessel to depart as soon as you're aboard. Leviathan was sighted in some distance from the coast, so there should be more than enough time to build up the ramming speed. The entire crew is willing to lay down their lives to ensure you reach your target, sir. So you concentrate on skewering that overgrown sea serpent. Duty is now complete. So we do that, then we do this, and that. assume everybody was ready? Nico, you moved so far since I last seen you.
Yeah, I know.
You'll never find a party for this? How come? Oh.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how to cancel and I don't know how to unsync.
You cancel it the same way you entered it.
We'll cancel like this.
Okay. Now how do I unsync?
Just disband.
Why would I just disband?
Unless you can pass party leader to somebody else.
Alright, Nico, invite Sniper since he would have just told me how to cancel.
Well, it's in the duty finder where you started it.
Well, you didn't give me a chance to click the thing.
Well, I was making it easier.
Alright, Nico, go in there unsynced.
Yeah, let me find it.
So, is this one just chosen very rarely or something? Why is that so long compared to the rest? Because it's still part of the main mission line, isn't it?
I mean, it says it's in the it's in the high trial roulettes.
Is there a difference?
Maybe not. I don't think a whole lot of people do high trial roulettes.
Oh, I don't even think I have a high trial roulette.
You won't until you at least get to Heavensward.
Well, maybe that's why.
You guys ready?
Yep.
I'm ready. Well, I mean, I guess on the good news is it'll be a higher chance of actually having a water horse drop for me.
Mm-hmm.
There's no roulette for extremes? I thought there is. Is there not?
Wiki says there's high-end trial roulette that it will it'll be in, but I don't think anybody ever does them.
Well, once we get out of the game, we could actually look in your inventory and see if we have a high-end roulette in the area or not. Ochi says, what high-end roulette?
The one the Wiki's talking about.
Maybe Minters could queue for extremes? Is it dead? Nope, not dead.
Wait, this is a dragon. I should be jumping on it.
Now, since we're unsynced, should we just focus on the beast or do we kill the ads?
Wouldn't hurt to kill the ads. You can one-shot them, probably.
I'm dead.
Yeah, it was bound to happen.
Don't worry, I will do the parts of the dragoon. Okay, well that was much cooler looking at it when I'm dead.
Yeah, we can fall off.
What was that? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Forgot about that little detail. Hey.
Yeah.
What's up?
Well, what brings you two here?
You feel like going for a dip.
Extreme fight with Leviathan is fun.
Nico, was it as refreshing for you as it was for me?
Yeah.
That's the slight downside is... Oh, man.
But we all got flushed.
Yeah, I was gonna say the downside of having the black mage being the only one alive is you can't really stop long enough to cast sometimes.
Pretty sure Mochi's a Lancer, unless I was looking at it wrong.
No, that'd be me.
Unless you are 3 feet tall. I don't think it was you I was looking at.
I'm the Lancer.
Unless it showed in the player card wrong for some reason. So how do you prevent being flushed?
Be on the other side he comes up from.
Yeah, you need to look for the splash, and then directly after the splash is going to come up.
Does the shield keep us inside?
Maybe not. Why risk it, you know? Ah, you play fast and loose, I see.
Well, I might have got tripped and then yanked down to my depths. Alright, so zooming out, I keep forgetting that part. Alright, well you guys got it this time. Although maybe fighting a giant sea monster with a whole bunch of melee classes isn't the best idea. There goes Nico.
That's fine. There should be fun.
Oh, there goes me flushed again.
For breakfast.
If only you give me the seahorse in one drop, mister.
Did it drop them all?
No.
I just returned back to the land of the living. That doesn't look like a mount.
That's because it's not.
Yeah, I think the man you're looking for is Sniper, who's disrespecting you about your casting times. Alright, Nico. Roll it again.
We said one out.
Or surely we were able to get like a cool minion out of it.
No, but we can get a card. You can get a Leviathan card.
Even if I don't have like the whole trading card thing yet.
Nope.
Although the Bale is more capable of casting quickly, triple cast, swift caster allow for 7 instant casts in a row. On top of that, the faster casting times from the what? Oh, there's a railing. You fool! Thought I was gonna die already. That's right, you said zoom out, I remember now. Well, I got a lashing in the back from a giant tail. It went quite quickly too.
Have you tried not letting that happen?
Well, you see, I forgot my frying pan at home, and that's what I need to protect my butt with.
Handshot!
Then I get flushed down the drain again. Is it dead?
Yeah, it's dead.
But you killed it quicker than... Oh, what is that? Oobzar, that one looks cool.
That's the Leviathan card.
Congratulations. Alright.
Where are we supposed to go and unlock that?
We were, and then we got distracted.
Wait,
It is.
Sunday, isn't it?
No. No, we're in the middle of things. No. Your cacpot will wait. Nico, roll the thing.
Nah, I'm rolling the thing.
Thank you.
Leon, wait.
Hey, you are welcome to kill Staper for this. He's addicted to gambling.
Listen, I just want to see if I won. And I didn't that time. But you know what? The next time I could have won. Yes. Oh, no, not that time. Yes. Oh, yeah!
Yeah, we're ready to start the fight. I agree. Click yes. You have all week to check it. It doesn't have to be in the middle of the melt grinding.
I won the giant cacpot. And if
Okay.
you come along, you could have talked to the guy that would have unlocked the card, and you could have had a Leviathan card.
Hey, congratulations. What do you call it then, Mochi? Alright, so zoom out this time. Blades not to get a lashing by a giant tail. You can't do what anymore?
Why can't you just be happy for me?
Who said we weren't happy? Oh, I was so close. So close. I was... Oh, you were dead too.
Never explain why you couldn't just be happy.
Can't stay in the middle. Just notice that they're actually singing about Leviathan. Oh, there goes me again. The opposite of where the water sprouts. Well, maybe by the time we get this mount. Anyway, a mount.
Oh, a paladin outfit.
Shield.
Yeah. That's how it gave both. Yeah, I went through the maelstrom.
You had to revive the whole time? Alright, so what is this round for? Yeah. I think we're going to get it this time around. I feel confident.
Oh, looks like we're both wrong. It's not the giant cactpot or the mega cactpot, it's the jumbo cactpot.
Congratulations, we're playing a game to hunt down mounts, not to grind gambling addictions.
Right. How selfish of me. Let's do everything you want to do instead.
Thank you. And now you're more like it. Alright, so watch that tail. Opposite of that, and then this is where we don't stand in the middle, right?
Oh, so close.
I live this time. Someone lived. Oh, really? I had nowhere to go that time. Almost.
Could've gone left.
Left. And there was a big water whirls right next to me, so I didn't have. Ah! Where to go?
Hey, look, there it is. See? Be happy.
We got it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see now.
We are grinding a horse, right?
Yeah, I'm grinding a horse.
So what you're saying is I should definitely roll on it too.
You not have it already?
I don't have it already.
I don't care. If you do that, then we'll just keep doing it until I get it. People ask why I love being a healer so much.
Alright, let's get my jumbo cactpot tickets while we're waiting.
Now, would you like to keep running it until you get your own?
Nope.
You sure?
I can get it. Yeah, I can get it anytime.
Alright. Let's see what soundtrack this one plays. This is alright. I still like the wind one better. The knowledge that I can farm sprout kills for free res counts makes me happy. Oh, there we go. Alright, well at least they included like the main soundtrack in it, right? This is not too bad.
Oh yeah, did you want to see how Nightmare looks like?
Oh, sure. Where are you?
Put me on here. Well, you missed one past me.
Does it have a cool sound to it? Ooh, it's got like a little unicorn horn.
Let's get out. This is how Nightmare looks like.
How do you get a nightmare?
Huh?
How do you get a nightmare?
How you get it?
Yes.
You get it from which one was it? The Bowl of Embers. I think it has like 3 different ones you can get it from. If I remember it.
Is that the one that you said you were trying to get Vera and you never have yet? Pain Ifrit and Garuda. That's half the chance as the other horses. How many times did it take you, Nico?
I don't remember, like 5, 6, maybe.
Let's say, I know you. It's okay, Vera. I'm not lucky either. Nico cheats. He gives the game a whole bunch of money. He does the same in Warframe too. He sits there and pays him off secretly. Got it on my second extreme I ever did.
Do you have the Balls of Ember extreme?
They have who to whata?
The Bowl of Ember. Or the Howling Eye. I don't remember.
Maybe? Yeah, I got Bowl's member. There we go.
No, you're gonna want to do Howling Eye if you're after the Nightmare.
Why?
Because Ifrit has periods where he's invulnerable.
What about the other one?
Howling Eye is way faster because she doesn't have that charge up where she's invulnerable. You have to kill the nail and all that. So you can just bring her down. That's why we were killing her so much faster that night.
So how many times do you think it would take to get the Nightmare?
It depends on how generous darn Jesus is to you tonight.
Would you guys like to try that, or?
I mean, I'm in no hurry. You really want to get the Heavensward, though.
Well, I mean, I'm going to the Seventh Haven. That's basically the same thing as Heavensward, right?
I don't think that's the same thing at all.
Are you sure? If you squint a little bit, it's like the dollar store brand.
Probably not as cold.
I think the streamer should do what the streamer feels like doing. I don't really mind doing it either way. So I can always do that on Saturday with Vera and grind it out with her. Let's see here. Who are these people? I apologize for keep you waiting. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Science of the Seventh Dawn. 12 be praised, as it is you! We're ready and willing to work, the same as the Dolmens. Just give us a task and you'll see it done. Pray calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know not of your situation. Beg your pardon. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off these scraps of Oda for years now, trying to piece together life to replace the one what got took. They say these work, but not for an honest man, not as wouldn't sully his soul sooner as his palms that he rode. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. It's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards of the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to recover, but I see what's coming. I knew we had to run, and the only question is where. And then it just came to me, Revenant's Toll! When you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you surely do the same for us! No. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. What is true that we accept the Domain's petition for aid, the decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret I deny your request. Well, this isn't awkward at all. But we've got nowhere else to go! You turned your back on us! But, if I may have a word... Tataru, is it amiss? Ill tidings from Luda, milady. Alfnod has been wounded. What? Oh, this is serious. I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the Flame, the refugees started a riot, and they went wild, apparently lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. What would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. What's happened to hell? Now the Blades have an excuse. They'll run us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. And I just please, if you don't help us build a new life, at least help us get the ones we've got. Milady, we're not the ones to stand idle by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid we can provide. If authority determines that the refugees attacked with proclamations, then it is responsible to have answers for their actions. How can he be so blind? Find Alfnod quickly, and if he's in danger or worse, I would have none other than by his side. Thank you. Pray do concern yourself with the matter we're discussing earlier. Yida and Papalama will see to it. Alfnod is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Cretaceous! You said I don't have some sort of adventure plate, Nico?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
If you right click on your name in the photo group and then click view adventure play, you don't have one.
Wait, you want me to right click on what now?
Oh, your name in the photo group.
Allows you to share character information on a profile to set your own destination, and other adventures can view access some commands. Okay, so sure, yep, okay. Weekends, and then no. The hand's doing the grabby thing, but it's not doing the information thing.
Are you creating or are you just looking?
I have no clue.
You're just looking. Exit out of that. Hit your character button.
Okay.
And then you should be able to work on your adventure play from there.
Edit plate design. Ew, that's not modern. Like any of these.
No, keep in mind a lot of that is default color. You can change some of the colors and stuff around.
Uh-huh.
Come on, you don't want a cup of coffee?
No. I don't even drink coffee.
Come on, have a cup of coffee. Are you too good for the coffee? Drink some.
Yes, I don't drink coffee. Oh wow, okay, so they got like expressions, so oh woo. No, that doesn't look very taunting.
Oh, come on, nothing taunts a monster like a great smile.
Like the sneer.
Oh, that's just gonna make the monster say, what, you mad, bro?
Alright, so we'll do this later. So just resets, you can mix and match all the different settings of it. So far, we're actually doing decent when it comes to finding mounts in the world. Sir Papa. He's got a cool character outfit. So what is the lore behind why we can't use chocobos in cities?
But they don't want to clean up the chocobo crap from the streets.
I'm sure there is a Lalafell out there who has a shovel and a smile on their face who would do it in a heartbeat. Yeah, mainly because they seem to be the ones that always smile.
Typical Karen attitude.
He doesn't look injured. They were lying to us. You look fine.
You must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well.
That's what I'm saying.
Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Ul'dans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
So you said take the gold.
if it's a caster earring and it's an upgrade, take it, but yeah, if you're not.
Searching before, it was all inevitable that the incident this would now eventually occur within the rising tensions within the Solemn Nut. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. If I piqued your curiosity, good, and then you accompany me to the halls of the flames, where I would hear General Rabon has a say upon the matter. Yeah, I noticed that I was going to look for like a class that I could spend all my money on, that way I could start like raising up a trader thing, but I don't think I can actually buy my way through like leatherworking.
You can't buy your way through leatherworking so much, but you can definitely buy your way through gearing them up. Like if you go to any of the places like trade skill, like any of the markets where the market boards are, they have weapons and armor dealers for 1 through 50, and then when you get to Heavensward, they got 50 through 60.
That's not for leatherworking though.
All the stuff you make through leatherworking. But that's where trade skilling comes in. If it's really important to get that extra 2 or 3 points in a stat, you can like make high quality gear with a trade skill. That's right. Because high quality versions get a few extra stat points.
So you have all of your handcrafted armor then?
Me? No, I'm wearing blues.
Ah, so you're too cheap for it.
No, blues are better than high craft.
Blues are better than stuff that you can craft?
Hmm. Yeah.
Why?
Because they usually come at the end of a expansion. It's like stuff you would get from raids or end bosses, you know, late game stuff. But when you move on to the next one, the grays will usually outshine those blues. Not always, but usually.
There he is. Now is not a good time, Corporal Acid. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely why the matter we must discuss, General. Alfnod! Back on your feet already? You may credit my swift recovery to your organs. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust that you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We scared the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pocket of resistance remained throughout the Thalnan. We have sent what forces we can to spare to read out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are deemedly exclusive. Well, imagine, given that the majority of the refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason they would know that they lie of the land. What I don't understand is how they came to be so well prepared. For my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need to hardly add that such equipment is costly. None could deny that the tensions between the old and Sinistry and the refugee population have increased since the domains were turned away. But what would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. What of those who have not even a single kill to spend, who could not survive without aid provided by the Moon of Flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to the bear against the benefactors, right? Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that the powder keg of the discontent was not set to line by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now the order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will return anon. The General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel with good cause. Were he to claim without the necessary proof that the riots were investigated by outside forces, the monetarist would accuse him of attempting to shrink responsibility. After all, he and Sultana have been the most outspoken proponent of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies will stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Cretaceous. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation independent of our authorities. To the end, I would have you make inquiries to the settlement suspected of the harboring and belligerents. Commander Swift will know what they are. He may balk at the request of such information, but in no doubt will persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can recoup and share our findings. We then, shall we? Mochi's going home to run content with friends. Alright, Mochi, thanks for hanging out with us. Ooh, that dude's got a cool weapon. How do you get a firebow, Sniper?
If you click on them, right click on them, I think you can see what it is, and that'll give me an idea. Examine.
Examine, okay. It's called a... oh. Inferno bow.
Well, is it... no, yep, Inferno bow.
It's got like a little plus sign, so I assume that's a skin.
Yeah.
Inferno bow is the Ifrit Extreme bow. Oh! I forgot that the Ifrit actually drops like the extreme weapons and stuff. Do I have a way to promotion me? I feel ready.
What?
That's a lot.
Yeah, he told me I was not ready. Be wrong, but I'm 99% sure.
Switch over and take a look at something here. Where are you?
Looks as though you have something to say, Corporal Acid, do ya? What you ask is no simple favor. Were information to fall in the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual, even one has ties to the flames, may be better suited to the task than the regime. Very well. The Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the city of Last Hope. It may be unrelated to the recent events, but we doubt. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. I was correct, LFG. I assume you're talking about looking for a group, LFG? If not, I have no clue what else you mean.
Okay, so remember how you were asking about like the Titan's Heart?
Yeah.
What am I doing? What am I gonna do with all these? So Ifrit drops horns, and the horns are used by crafters to create those infernal weapons.
It's an even better reason to grind Ifrits for the extreme mount.
I mean, yeah. But
if he has the coolest one.
You also have to grind your trade skills to have those, you know, get those, or buy one off the boat. You can't do that because it is a level 50 triple star recipe.
For what?
Blacksmithing.
Okay, so I need to actually work on blacksmithing.
Yeah, you would have to get it to 50.
Well, I don't even have a level in blacksmithing.
And then you would have to get your hands on the recipe tome, which I'm pretty sure isn't all that hard. Yeah, they sell them in Modona.
It's okay, yeah, I'm free trial, so I can't get nothing in the game. Can't have friends, can't speak to people, nothing. Well, what brings you here, adventure? Seek refugee. Well, then you come to the right place. Ah, you be those refugees. Oh, no. You won't find them here. Most of the people at Lost Hope come to accept the situation and are content to pass the days in peace and quiet. There's a trouble understanding that. The emergency passed through recently, the great fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Welcome back, Vero. I didn't expect to send you, Cretaceous. I take it means someone has read my report. The refugees who left the merchant have yet to return, and I am increasingly concerned that the Zawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest of what I'm talking about. Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka and he will explain everything. Of course. Speak to the man with the name that I can't pronounce. Weeba? Don't hurt me, I'm not one of them! Beg your pardon? You're with the flames! Oh! But you're not with the flames, right? I see. If they're ready you to speak with me, then I will agree to help. I'll be praised for that. Because we haven't a moment to waste, everyone knows that the flames are on march. The otherwise have fallen under fanatic spells, but not I. Prompt of the revolution, retribution, holding the ruling class to the account of taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few have heeded my words. Now that one of the idlest has returned, however, the madness of the merchant plain is plain to all to see. Look behind yonder tent, you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently. He's so traumatized he's bloodshed. He witnessed, as try as I might, I can't make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I have no doubt that the merchant will lead the remainder to the doom. I beg you! Find them before he does. Speak with the terrified refugee. Ah, you there. What are you gonna do? Don't you draw. Don't you draw. What don't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then why did you be here? With me? Be here to soothe me. Why? Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? We're gonna have to soothe, aren't we? You have to stay fight if you hadn't. Alright, fine. Force me to hug you, how dare you? Who are you? What do you want? What is the bad news?
So, you're a black mage.
Ah, yes, true. I felt the merchant did my god strike down for my fully. But they would not give me much take. He said, when he asked how he revealed a cache of weapon, he brought an implored to us to see the control of our fates. Thought about running and then there. But the others were so excited, he split us into two groups and sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leaders tried to parley with others, but then they started arguing. Then the fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and then the flames were shouting and to give no quarter, and... Oh god, it's the other group! They're shot there! If they don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was! The refugees are hiding in the cave to the south of Lost Hope, but to approach them they would be fruitless. They would sooner call us the Ages of Soul Knot and try to kill us to listen to reason. Why the twins might even design to the G themselves. The pox of all bloody swords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent us vanquished during the struggle. Only if we had never listened to the merchant's ridiculous claims, he said that our cause was righteous and that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though if I were to force comfort reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat to show my brethren that the strongest warriors are no match for one man. Mayhaps then that he will agree to lay down the arms and renounce this plot. I do believe I am a black mage, yes.
You're a black mage, which means in order to make your infernal weapon, you would need to find a man with a hammer.
Well, the staffs don't really look too cool. I'd probably do it for a gladiator sword or something. Or the bow. The bow looked really cool.
But I mean, have you seen the Inferno staff itself? It might actually look pretty cool.
I looked through the pictures. I didn't see anything too crazy. I haven't seen it in game yet, though.
I would say, when it comes to weapons, the pictures really don't do a lot of good. Maybe I can find.
What?
I'm talking to myself. Leave me alone. I do that.
You said something or other about the pictures don't do something or another.
I said nothing. I'm thinking out loud.
Seven Hills, they found us! Everyone, grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint you, lad, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. Wait, what? How's it? This little dude's trying to kill me. Once I cast a spell, you're gonna die. There, maybe a few more, but it was cool. Let's get that. We received 1 whole gil. We're going to be rich. Crocodile. Yeah, I believe it is. So you have this staff that you're trying to show off.
No, I don't have it, but I sent you a picture of it. An in-game, like what it looks like in the game. And I gotta be honest, as far as staffs go, it's one of the more impressive looking ones.
It's a lot cooler than the Zodiac.
I mean, honestly, when we say something doesn't look cooler than, that's kind of subjective, isn't it? You know, there's people out there.
You beat him like it was nothing, and thou almighty, what are we going to do now? Well, you're not going to attack me like that, you idiot. Yeah, that's true. You were making fun of my Kingdom Hearts staff.
Did you think it was the coolest staff ever?
I thought it was a fine looking staff. I wouldn't say it's the coolest staff. Cherry, did you find my brethren? What are the twins? What happened? Well, we killed them all. I see. Well, you had no choice. Better than a handful of them taking a beating from you than to get a lot butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? He didn't say nothing. Huh? What else would he be? Unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others. The merchant wished to approach the refugee in the Stone's Throw, but waiting till the flames retreat the forces of the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many must perish in pursuit of the futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him and convince him to cease his mad quest and surely lead us to the ruins. Alright, it's all the way down here. So I don't know if they like intentionally did it or if they like scaled it down for like later on gameplay or something. But I've noticed that ever since I got into the 7th Astral Era, I haven't had a single time where I had to like leave the group to do my own solo quest.
Yeah.
Was that just a thing in the base game and then they got rid of it from like a, I guess they scrapped it or something?
It's been so long since I've done like Heavensward and stuff that I can't quite remember if they do that as much. But maybe that kind of like maybe player feedback said, hey, having to de-group with my friends every time I have to do certain.
Have you seen my parents? Your parents? They told me to stay here with others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left the man from Ulda. The man said they were going to change everything. Make it so we could live inside the walls with everything else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? Looking for a merchant? I'm looking for someone stirring up trouble. I mean, the man who left with my parents. But I don't know where he... Wait, look over there. I think that's him. Well now, which one of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? You! He's getting away! Go get him, mister! Yeah, we're not exactly the best when it comes to chasing. Search for the merchant in the dispatch yard. That was easy. You again? What? Why are you pursuing me? Well, we're here to track you down. You're causing trouble. Sedition, treason, revolution! That's preposterous! Who have filled your head with these lies? Refugees! The self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Ul'dah! You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None! Well, we have proof. No, I will not accompany you to the Halls of Flame. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of the argument, let's just say I did things you claim. Surely you don't think that the quick-written artists about politics, it was business, only business. But no, I am not what you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. Well, so much for that protection detail. What's all this commotion? 7 hells! Tell us to spread out and search the area. The killer may be close. Yeah, he's up on the hill. But you really didn't see the shot. Hold it, Venture. I know it would be more of a relation with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. While I was questioning him, he was stirring an uprising and then he got shot in the face. This man was responsible for the recent riots. Perhaps we owe his murder a debt of gratitude. In the case, and you're obvious you are not the one who we seek, you may carry on with your investigation, Scion. That was a very weird quest. I was tracking down a guy starting an uprising. He got shot in the face with an arrow in front of me. Then I was like, alright, well. So much for that.
Looks like the uprising ended before it started.
Well, not really, because there was a whole riot inside the city beforehand.
Almost like there's dissent among the populace.
Slightly.
Kind of one of the things I like about this part of the story is up until now, it seems like everyone just gets along, doesn't it?
Uldah's always had this struggle. What do you mean?
Slightly. I mean, they talk about men being like torn apart by wolves, and they talk about...
What's new, Corporal Acid? Where's the merchant? Yeah, well, he got shot in the face with an arrow in front of me. Murdered! All the seven hells! He was not simply murdered, Corporal. He was silenced. Too many knew his face and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be close to identifying the true orchestra of these riots than you realize. The Flame General left with the word that you proceed to the fragment chamber as soon as you returned. We wish to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the result of your own investigation. Master Alvin has already been informed that you should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all the haste and speak with Bartholomew. Did I mess up your sleep pattern, Nico? Surprised you're still awake.
I don't think he is.
It has been a while since I heard Nico speak. Let's see here. Where's this one close to? Chamber rule. That's what it is. So what's the Heavensward when they get back to the 4-person dungeons, or does it stay at 8 from here on out?
No, you get back to regular dungeons and stuff when you get to there.
Did you ever look inside of your duty finder to see if there was hard
you know what? That's a
trials?
Good thing thank you for reminding me.
Before we start this cutscene, I'll wait and see what you say.
High-end trials. As far as that goes, no. So I guess there's just a high-end trials, or I haven't unlocked all of them. I know I hadn't actually run the extreme Leviathan yet. That was the first time for me.
Really?
Cutscene and everything. Yeah.
You just don't like collecting the horses?
Again, I went with the ones that I really wanted, which was Shiva.
We inspect you, sir. Please proceed inside. Let's see here. Give us the coin.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Alagon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Alagon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Carlians did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Stories we tell. Oh, Hofnod. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet thought that this chaos was the product of the man whose lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That even felt the need to do so is most troublesome. It would be of most interest to learn more about the military activities in disputed territories. You are, of course, the Scion best suited to the task, Corporal Acid. Do take a moment to visit the Hall of Flames and make inquiries at the earliest available opportunity. Begone! There is no place for children. I'm sorry. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl? Well, you see, the girl was sending us to a merchant. The merchant got shot in the face with an arrow, and it was sort of awkward. So you visited Stone's Throw as well, I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with them? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you would like, we can go look for them together. Really? You'd help me look for them, mister. Of course, but first I need to speak with my friend here. He's telling me a secret, you see, and no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhaps you could wait for me by the pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister, I'll be waiting. I'll take her to Quicksand. Mayhaps Momodi will know what to do. Legion of Garleans, an Aether-starred primal, even during within Ascian, would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes Philia is too ambitious. We rush to hither and yawn in response to threats as they arise, without concern that the strength of the place of our limited resources ourselves. Mayhaps the time has come for a change. Cretaceous, this has been Philia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return through Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in Twelfthwood has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain it to you once you arrive. See you later, Hofnod. We got business to do elsewhere. Twelfthwood. Then the problem with that she spoke of before has been confirmed. I've received no reports of the Ixo activity which leaves the Sylphs. Cretaceous, you know as well as I, the appearance of primals takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, inform the innocent that I am grateful for her concern. She needed to fear for my safety and more capable of protecting myself. Oh. What?
That's gonna be a fly in the ointment.
Why would you do?
Well, I'm making ammo, and apparently instead of making 298 darts, I made 298 darts.
Sorry, what now?
I'm making things to raise my skill level in crafting, and thinking that I will make darts to raise my skill level.
Okay.
I went to make darts. One dart is one wooden board, and I had 298 boards, and so I did make max, thinking I was going to make 298 darts one at a time. Instead, apparently, I just made them all at once.
Which is bad?
Well, yeah, because, you know, I only get one skill up getting on that.
Oh, I see. So you get a point every single time that you craft it one at a time.
Right. So now I gotta figure out how to craft them one at a time.
It's relief to see you healthy and hale, Cretaceous. The latest news from the Uda was most disturbing. The only injury Alphinaud suffers was his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other signs will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. Summon away! They responded to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned if you were not urgent. To business then, I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Rama. I'm sorry, may have? That is not certain? The Elder Seedster informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of the undue commotion. Forgive me, innocent, but the fact should not contradict the elemental testimony. Unlike his bellicose competitors, Garuda and so on, Rama reputed to act only in defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if there are any foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of the development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the Touched Ones and their movements? Preparations for summoning ritual were indeed underway, which would surely have not escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not so soon. Beg your pardon, you foresaw this eventuality and did not to prevent it? I told Papa Lambo I suppose I could have reported things of Amphilia earlier, but honestly, wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking in their territory? They already summoned Rama once after the calamity, but this was because the Garleans came tramping through their forest. As long as Castro Morleen stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for the wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Yetta and I are in agreement. The action of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. I maintain the observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud, and then alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Uda drove a number of refugees to seek a safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. 'Tis that the Sylphs perceived the panicked migration of yet another invasion, quickened their efforts to summon their god. And to put might of the Titan and the kobolds, once again it is in the affairs of the men which have paved the way for the Primal's coming. Indeed. One cannot but wonder what manner the place of Azor would be without the civilization influence of mankind, but this, as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Cretaceous, though your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace were once succeeded in preventing an ultimate conflict with Gridania, what might be with the traded with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success at the patron deity? If Rama can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of the primal summoning. Fond hope Were such things possible, we would not have been at war with the beastmen since the time immemorial. But maybe this time we can... Let us continue this discussion on. We must needs first consult with the nations most affected by the Romans' presence. Lord Caesar has requested your presence involvement, Cretaceous. Pray report to the Commander Helix at the Adders and Rest as soon as you are able. Stir yourself for the words. While I hope for the peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with Lord Levin will prove less amicable. In such events, your fellow Science will of course lend you whatever support you require. Alright, so back over to Adder's Rest. So I assume you're crafting, you were talking about that other game still?
Yeah.
The game that you were making fun of.
I just tried to make one at a time, and it still took all of the wood and made them all at once.
Well, congratulations. You now have, what, 400, 500 arrows? You can start selling those on your store.
Fukia darts, actually.
Rotation of the Science, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of the Prime was ever the cause of alarm and unease. Though my men should stand ready for the eventuality, I know none more qualified than you to snuff out the threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The outer seat, sir, however, would seek you first. She is of the opinion of your diplomatic rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave the further explanation to the learned leader. Pray make your way to Nofika's altar. The conjurer and the tenants will admit you to the Lotus stand. Sniper Wolfen's store is now closed for business.
Yeah, for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I see that. I hear that.
That makes me very sad. That was my big master plan. You know, buy 100 arrows, get your choice of a cat, dog, or chicken for free.
Yeah, you can breed cats, dogs, and chickens in the game?
Nah, but I can tame them in the wild and sell them.
The other Science have already arrived, sir. May I show you in? Yes, please. This is in the Council of the Sylphs.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a Primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. the Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks. Pray make for little solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
What are you asking? What about Vera? Look at the serpent lieutenant, little Solace. Sniper is playing Ultima Online.
Old game.
I say it right. It was Ultima though, right? He likes playing mini games while he waits. He does that in Elite Dangerous too. In that case, it actually is a mini game because it's super old.
It is. Yep, very old.
Just the science. I was told to expect you. Understand that you ever treat with the Primal Roma himself, an unavoidable task, but one from which I have no doubt you will be suited well for. I've been told with your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area we speak, and we might ascertain the location of the Lord Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. So the messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns, and this one's good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location and where the Touched Ones summoned Lord Ruma. Your timing's impeccable. My fluttery friend, might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow Scions? It'd be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please, please, come this one. Come with this one. This one will walk with a mount, or we can fly. Can we take a shortcut?
Fantasy XIV's great grandpappy.
So the sniper was talking in the middle of the cutscene. Ultima Online was the first MMO in the game, like from, what was it, the early 90s?
Yeah, mid-90s.
Mid-90s.
In fact, from what I found out, Ultima Online was a major influence on Yoshi P.
Once an adventure deeper than the Siflins, these ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for Touched Ones. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye out for the Touched Ones since we can just fly over the Touched Ones. This one is most sorry, but this one cannot go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ruma, and this one will turn mean and nasty like Dutch ones. And this one must say farewell, and for now, Walking One will find wise ones not far from here. To the south, go in safely, Walking One. What? I realized the thing was about to attack me. Alright, so last time we had kind of some crazy music, so I'm curious about this next fight. So it's actually you, I'm relieved. For a moment I thought that we were dealing with another one of those confounded self-tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magic, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. This is quite an ordeal. You should have looked at Yshola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papa Lobo. My apologies, not like me for ramble so. At any rate, I was saying I have finished the measurement of aetheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say that I have reached an indisputable conclusion, to wit that Rama was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's aetherite. Congratulations, the lunar level awaits! Investigate the area of the basement aetherite in the Sylphlands. Wait, what? Alright, so we're gonna have to swap over to you. Into the wrong order, but oh well. Well, the mushroom's not gonna be able to follow us, so we don't have to worry about that one. Alright, so now let's take the mount. Investigate the crystal.
Nora betrays thee, servant of Hydra.
That man has a ginormous beard.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult.
So we want war?
Speakest of harmony, yet carest not for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye, but there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
Alright, his weapon looks pretty cool.
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
So I'm not sure if anyone else noticed it or if anyone's thought of it or if anyone actually like paid attention who weren't actually having to narrate everything when they play the game. Is it me or does Ranger seem to have a lot more of a normal voice whenever he's like in a cutscene? And then when you're having to speak for him yourself, he goes like the whole Shakespearean language. Do you notice that?
Yeah.
Nico, are you awake?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay.
Playing around in the settings.
It's been a while since we heard you talk, so we thought you were asleep. But I noticed you were in the room with me, so I was like, oh, you apparently you were awake the whole time.
Then I went for a little walk in my apartment earlier.
Walk for your... what? Went for a walk in your apartment.
Yeah, and I walked around. You know, looking if everything is okay over, you know.
Yes, what level I am, Sniper. I'm 54. I don't know if I ever answered your question from like hours ago.
Oh, wait. I don't want to play this game.
What?
I don't want to be a healer.
Well, the thing is, you already signed up for it, Nico.
No, I refuse. I refuse.
Wow.
Let me...
Sniper, are you ready?
Yeah.
Apparently Nico was playing here this whole time, then he refused to do it in the fight.
Sounds about right.
Well, I had my healer on because I was following you in case you needed healing.
What do you think, Vera? Should I transmogify or whatever it's called in this game my hat? That way I have a black mage hat again. Glamour. Yeah, that's the words. Them's the words. Or do I keep the hood?
Not very pointy, is it?
It is not very pointy, no. It's an assassin hood. Apparently Vera also votes for it. Mochi told me to do it a long time ago, but I just never did. I want to do that, and then this one, and cast.
Oh shit! I just realized something.
Aha!
Stop. Stop.
Stop what?
No, me. I need to stop.
Never! You'll be struck with 1,000 darts. Now, I do think that the weapon should be turned like a little bit more in characters' backs. I know I talked about this before, but if they rotate it just a little bit, that way it wasn't clipping into the hat, it'd be perfect. And also, the picture of the staff that you sent me, Sniper.
Yeah.
I don't know if the fire really works with the staff.
It works with everything. What are you talking about?
It looks like you're walking around with a big giant torch.
You are a big giant torch.
I mean, technically, yes. But like the fire bow, that looks cool. A sword, I assume, would look cool. The staff looks like you're just trying to like go cave dwelling. Cave spelunking, there we go.
I'm gonna find out if I made a huge mistake.
Did.
Come over here where I might be safe.
Kill it.
Kill it.
Teach my chocobo how to fight. You know how fast this thing went in whenever somebody was a healer. It was almost instantaneous.
Yeah. Now I have to wait 1 more minute, at least.
At least.
Hopefully this treasure chest will stay here until this fight's over.
Well, we're about to find out if the estimated time was actually correct or not. Go on, Chocobo! Oh, I accidentally killed that one. By the way, Sniper, I don't know if you knew this or not, but there's a quest line called the Bosom Buddies, where you can train your Chocobo to level 10 and then you'll be able to get a Chocobo outfit.
Yes. I did know about that.
And do you have the outfit?
I explained that to you a few times.
Did you now?
Yes.
And the answer was?
Did you go with DPS, Guardian, or Healer?
Attack.
Then you're gonna get a Dragoon outfit.
What? Pretty sure it's just a universal cosmetic. I don't think there's an actual outfit for it.
You get one based on how you train it. So if you go all attack, you get a Dragoon. If you go all healing, you get a White Mage. And if you go all defense, you get a Paladin outfit.
It's weird.
If you don't go all one direction, you don't get anything.
So, and this here 5 minutes seems to be extending a little bit, Nico.
Yeah.
I swear to God, Nico, if I lose this treasure chest, because we're taking forever because of you.
Hey, you should be fine.
Hi, Vera. What, you said you might play ESO eventually? Are you talking about on PC, Xbox, or PlayStation? Forgot this game's cross-platform, so I don't really know what you actually play on. I assume you're on PC. Average wait time of 5 minutes. Okay, so you are on PC. So I learned an interesting thing out. Apparently after all these years, for whatever reason, Elder Scrolls Online has never actually made it to the PC Game Pass. And on top of that, it's one of the few MMOs that isn't even cross-compatible. It was really weird. Of all MMOs, I would have expected Elder Scrolls to be able to connect to like Xbox PC at least. So Microsoft has a PC Game Pass, so it's like $5 a month or something. You're able to get like a whole bunch of games for free. Basically, you can get like Oblivion for free currently. Oh, free-ish, you know. Instead of spending $70, you can pay for a monthly fee. No, they have it set so you can't play with people on Xbox for some reason. But the dumb thing is, Elder Scrolls Online is on the Xbox Game Pass. So like if you're on an Xbox, you can play it for free. But if you're on PC, they don't have it on the PC Game Pass, so you have to pay for it. And on top of that, you can't connect with the Xbox since they never put it on PC in the Windows Store. Good bird has like a whole bunch of random elements to it, Nico. It looks like a firebird with like ice flying around it.
Yeah, it's a demonic bird apparently.
Sniper!
What?
We got the thing.
I know.
Okay.
You notice I'm queued up.
Is there a way to actually see who's queued up?
Yeah, I'm the tank. Both tanks accounted for.
It's a deep base.
Well, I figured it was you since you were playing another game since we were waiting. So give me like some like Spartacus or like ancient Greek vibes. And they lost it immediately with the piano. So, one other thing that I was kind of thinking, but I wasn't going to say it, but I'll say it anyways. Can you imagine how rough this game would run if they used like realistic graphics on this dude? Like every single like little hair follicle on this dude's beard. I wonder how many GPUs it would crash. How do they love the Final Fantasy XIV music? Yeah, probably mentioned that already. Yeah, I really love this track too. This track's actually pretty good. Does this one have a mount to it, Sniper?
Yes.
Is it a giant beard? It's a thing to ride around on a beard?
Beard, yeah.
What is his mount? Is it a horse?
His mount is a horse, but there is a Ramu mount that you get from doing a Savage raid.
Really?
Yep. And just knowing Final Fantasy like I know Final Fantasy, I'm willing to bet it's Ramu, and you probably ride on his beard.
I can't move. Oh, I got the silence for 20 seconds, that's why. Frozen with fear and unable to execute actions. Well, it seems to be a fairly safe place to have fear. I can't even get attacked anywhere. Now I got hit. He said it's another horse, you said?
Yeah, he's got another a purple one.
Purple. It's kind of odd. What element is it for?
Lightning. I mean, seriously, if you're in the middle of this fight asking what his element is by now.
Well, I wasn't exactly attributing purple to being lightning.
Why not? The crystal is.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that.
No, I did say that.
I know, I suppose you could say that. I'm going to go on a limb here and say that the there's no matchmaking for this epic one either.
Oh, we're not. I mean, there is, but we're looking at 30 plus minutes.
Once again, no chest.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Or to the Serpent Lieutenant in a little solace.
This here is the one that you get from that.
Ooh, that one looks pretty cool.
That.
Not as cool as this one, though. I don't know. I like both. What'd you say? I will give you props. It has to be hard playing 2 games at once. Cretaceous, you have returned. Dare I ask how Realm has received your visit? Well, we slaughtered him. He challenged you to test the arms. It is well then that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of the Grandania and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord Nevin has accepted you as the Forest Champion of Peace. You have performed the monumental duty of this day, Cretaceous. The Elder Seedster must be informed of your deeds at once. The Elder Seedster will wish to hear from your experience firsthand. Pray return to Grandania and directly speak to Lotus Stand. The Conqueror at Nophia's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well, Cretaceous. Alright, so the Lotus Sands, that's going to be next to the Conjurers Guild. Welcome back, Honored Scion. We know your mission must... You must have been much anxious to see you return. The outer sea stir waits you within. Sorry, I keep sneezing tonight.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
I'm going to be taking up new jobs, by the way. I am planning on taking up the Gladiator class next. I was going to do the Rogue, but since it seems like it's going to be easier to find like missions with a tank, my plan is going to do like a Gladiator Paladin role, then possibly go into like a White Mage afterwards. So I think those are the three. I'll do Black Mage, Gladiator, then Healer is like the last result. I don't know how fun it would be to watch a Healer though. It might be fun, but I don't think I'd be able to like do most of the story stuff as a Healer like by myself. So that's one is like the least prioritized one. Thus ends another daunting mission, Cretaceous. I hope Lord Dama persuaded the words alone, but nonetheless I can admire your adroitness in which you responded with your primal sudden's challenge. And it seems your Ranger 2 was pleased with your outcome. What you say, Cretaceous? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones once upon the lessons of the day? Either the game is very busy. Yeah, but like, for example, I'm by myself. Unless Nico or Sniper happens to be walking along with me. Which I assume that's why Sniper was saying he would stick as a DPS doing story stuff.
Yeah, no, I would say if you're gonna do story, do it as a DPS, because you get those quests and side quests that will give you levels where you can level a healer and a tank very easily just doing roulettes. Even without the bonus, just completing a dungeon, the amount of XP and stuff you get is enough to boost you usually a level. And usually as a DPS, or not a DPS, but a healer or a tank, you pretty much insta-queue, so you can just grind those out if you really want to level one up.
And we'll see. This man gonna be difficult, isn't he? Huh. Mr. Your Ranger, I'm very displeased with you. Doth have not mission for me. Alright, fine. We'll go to the Rising Sands. I was hoping that we'd be able to get the Lightning Horse too, but he's like, nope, I'm not giving you your mission yet. Go speak to the other peasants. Kind of forgot the Chocobo is inventory too. I don't even remember how much junk I have stored on it. Speaking of that, Sniper, I don't know if you were able to watch while you were at work today, but I got the motorcycle inside of Dune Awakening.
Oh yeah, is everything you hoped it would be?
Well, I put together a bunch of parts that I found inside of a dungeon instead of building it myself, and they were all like half broken. But other than that, I definitely drove around like an outlaw, running away from a worm.
Extra slaves yet?
No. Welcome back, Cretaceous. Word of your monumentous encounter with Lord Rama precedes you. I would have fain to share news of my own, but your Ranger discovery must take precedence. Upon witnessing defeat of Lord Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble discuss his observation together.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus...
Oops.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Lord Levin has returned to the Aether, and as was Leviathan before him. Rama's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin, all who have humbled by the Bringer of Light. The limitless potential of this man. Caitlin's servants grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at the great cost of his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. Sometimes we've masses survive the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it invigorates the ardors and power of our masters, all that remains is to nurture the strength of its gifted to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont quicken in Ezra's fertile soil. We need only lend men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity rise. That which we shattered shall made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Now, the matter of Relma has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I wanted to show you, Cretaceous. It's a letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Azorian Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of the defeated primals, Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Moogle VII, Leviathan, and now Relma. Needless to say, there's only one among our numbers who have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that they were meant for all you above all others. I too must offer you my heartfelt thanks to all of you've done. In the course of your duty, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Cretaceous, and Zora is that much safer for your presence. I pray do not misunderstand me when I say safer, not save. I know only too well that we cannot ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may rely upon the sallow chaos in the realm until such a time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that the man would foment strife on his own. And that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we are to learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might others seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on your behalf, and the people you won over to the cause in doing so. We enlist our enemies has ever begun long, but the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of Little Solace who wish not of conflict, of Aisley who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of calamity, and then there is Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mystery of ancient Lag, that we might be spared the horror of another ultimate weapon. Of course, when we speak of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to the many varied talents of our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, isn't it? Given our embarrassing of our wealth of allies, I trust that it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Not. I take the troubles of Ul'dah no longer require your attention? There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of swimming violence is largely dissipated, just to reports such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak to you concerning the new organization we discussed. I have a message for you from Elle. You recall the refugee girl, the one whose parents were missing. They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on a thanks to you. Hey, Alpnod, if I understand that you made the efforts to remember the poor girl's name, I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Cretaceous, you've been away from the Revenant Soul for some time now. I believe I might suggest that you put the affairs to the realm one side once at the moment and take the opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town. Which reminds me, one of the Doman childs recently inquired as to the whereabouts. Yosman was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Would it oblige him a visit? We save humanity, and then we just get passed around to whoever they wish. What questline do I have to go to? That way I can get the big Greybeard fight again.
Imagine you might be there now.
Think so?
Are you the Waking Sands?
Yes.
Well, just go over there and see if he's got the quest marker now.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm at the whatever the new one's called.
Oh. Alright, hold please.
Ah, took a ticket. And I'm guessing there's no way to, like, store Gil inside my mount, that way I can start earning Gil again. Gilligan.
Finish Brave New Companions.
Brave New Companions, you say?
Yeah, that's the required quest.
Well, I can assure you that I have not got to Brave New Companions yet. Good news is, I have plenty of money, so it's not like I'm wasting it to teleport back and forth. I'm making my money's worth. Even it is a waste of jumping back and forth. I think it'll be Yozon. Inside of here then? Rising Stones, that's where I'm at, sorry. Look, it's Mr. Cretaceous, he's back from his adventure. We've heard you were off fighting the Primals and they were some sort of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we want to all be heroes too, so we finally formed our own Dorman Adventure Guild to protect all the Dormans. Oh, do you think you could train us someday, Mr. Cretaceous? Maybe you could show us how you fought off the Primals. What's all this commotion then? I didn't do it. Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coughknot, did you know that Mr. Cretaceous is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Cretaceous. My companion and I will be recently become full members of the Science, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hooray Boulder. This bookish fellow is Condanet. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. Huh. I told you, Master Boulder, we are not younglings anymore, we are the adventurers! And we were just asking Mr. Cretaceous if he could give us some special training, and I think we're ready to hunt the monsters alongside him, don't you? Well, you certainly have been diligent with your drills, and I'm afraid that the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter proposal. What if we were to cross swords with Cretaceous, a demonstration of skill of arms, if you will? Hooray, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I am. But what matters to motivate the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What do you say? Would you consent to spar with me? Yeah, sure, why not? Hooray! We're going to have a tournament, come on everyone, we must prepare our gear for an outing. Do not try to disappoint them, Have faith, Coltonette. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make this a worthy contest. The fiends to the east, the fields to the east of the town should prove suitable for the purpose. I look much forward to our bout. So our plan here is to go get beat up, or to beat that guy up. So have you managed to catch a chicken yet, Sniper?
No.
No chicken?
No chicken yet.
What about a duck?
No. I'm sure there are some around.
Well, it's good of you to agree to this, Cretaceous. I trust you're ready to begin. Remember when I said that they don't have level sync anymore?
We're bound to run into one eventually.
Very well. Let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Hooray, are you certain you wish to fight him alone? This is Cretaceous you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero legend that led me to join the Science to begin with. Without Cretaceous to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made. Remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Cheater. Hello! Have you begun yet, have you? Oh, everyone's coming to watch. Well, Yada! What? Who are all these people? When I heard you about this sparring match, I told everyone I could find. I could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there's still more to come. When I mentioned Cretaceous' name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. While my own popularity seems to be a sickly shade in comparison, you best claim victory, bring your light, your burgeoning reputation is at stake. But our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's the master swordsman. You can win, Master Boulder. We shall soon see. Be on guard. That was easy. No one's going to attack? Is that it? Can't disappoint the younglings! Mister, you sure you want to continue this fight? Okay, hold on. We gotta do something cool for the kids. Okay, you were supposed to die with that, mister. I tried to finish off with a flare. You were just a pure bully? And the dude was counter attacking me. I didn't do it. You bested me. I yield. That was incredible. You beat them both at the same time. We knew you couldn't lose, Cretaceous. None of us could defeat the Guardian of the Zora. Now I see why they sent you to deal with the Primals. So much work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. Impressive as always, Cretaceous. 'Tis a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps us the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Azura. Yes, that is most a fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Cartanel. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Azura. I sought to grasp the reason why a grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less favorable. Dire problems abound, and yet effort I saw expended towards their solutions was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought of Zera as a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius in the order he proposed to enforce. The goddess' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for Dire to continue the grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, and the nations were too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Azora was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through the countless acts of bravery, that what my grand desire sought to preserve was not land nor history, nor a single nation. It was the people, these wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though I never put such a feeling into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for this indistinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish, a wish to aid Azora and its inhabitants in charting a course of the future. Which that was now become my own. I too endeavor to take up the mantle of the Guardian of Azora and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one, and the trouble that plague us are of scale that cannot be solved by the science of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the scheme of Ascians is a new expendable organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue to discuss back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Well, sniper, some random dude tried to challenge me to a fight and I had to curse him with fireballs.
How well did it work out for him?
It worked out great! And then he kept doing the same thing. And I kept doing it again. And then he eventually decided to give up. And then Vera was calling me a bully for killing the man. He started it, though. We were innocent. Thank you for coming, Cretaceous. The world shifts and alters. My friend, must ever be on step ahead of the chaos. What I propose for the formation of a new organization, a group shall pave the way to the truly united Azora. Yes, spell speed. Pray forgive me if I tread over the overground, but I would first speak to the grand plan. Since the advent of the Seventh Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberately over an accord that seeks to bring disparate forces of Azora together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against the threats no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet this is the purity of this hypothetical organization is undisputed. The logistics of its formation have become the source of the endless debate. The longer the discussions continue, the more I sense the impedance towards the unification draining away. Thus I have been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It would be much smaller scale than what we had hoped to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operations according to the Scions. It is my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lead a momentum to lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assure you, fears the misuse of placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the Ascidans. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Azora and his people. But you yourself witness, with the refugees revolt, there are limitations to those who we can achieve. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without sustaining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goal of my proposed organization and the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing the precursor to the truth, and border spanning the Grand Company, it is yet another necessary thing that I visit 3 leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask you to accompany me on the journey, attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucracy formalities. Thank you. 'Tis reassuring indeed to know the bringer of light and his discerning eye will be selected as our future allies. Our first destination will be Lims and Lumensa. Let us rendezvous at the Bulwark Hall. Is he making a black mage joke, Sniper?
Probably. I wouldn't stand for it.
He happened to the watchful eye. He didn't even have to say eyes. He just said eye. Seems like he's calling somebody out, but I'm not sure what he's trying to hint at here. I don't think I can actually do the Leviathan fight yet, Vera. Double check and see. Gotta travel anyway, so I assume this will be closer. Leviathan. I assume that's why you were chanting Leviathan? Or were you just singing along? Yeah, Mr. Ranger still has nothing. Ah, gotcha. My bad. I thought you were wanting us to do the Leviathan fight. So I guess basically they have you do a few quests, and that it, lore-wise, it's just that the Primal's been like slowly gathering its power. Oh, you've unlocked the blue dungeons quest outside the Waking Sands? I probably have. I haven't done them yet, but I probably have. Bulwark Hall. Now, Sniper, we decided that 60 is my max level, or is it 70?
70.
From what I've seen in like the Reddit posts and stuff, people say that the Black Mage is the slowest class to actually level up. So I assume this one's probably the smartest one to do like the base game with, that way you have the most XP on the slowest raising class. There you are. I'm ready to ascend into the bridge and speak with the Admiral Blowfishwin. Well, the Admiral and I are finally the promissory boundaries and signing parchments. I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have of course endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who otherwise may remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for the potential members, 'tis of no matter that they should already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you need to range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are probably sufficient enough candidates to suit our purpose. Once you're satisfied with the recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter and we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. You have quite a few 50 to 60 job quests that can unlock class abilities, but all of them are locked inside of the HW main expansion. What is HW? Heavens? No? Why would Heavensward be at HW?
Heavensward.
Oh, Ward. You know? Yeah, I'm just going to blame the accent. I could have swore you were saying sword this whole time.
A lot of people do.
Do they?
A lot of people think, yeah, I think it's Heavensward, but it's Heavensward, as in going up.
It's weird. So everyone's just been saying it wrong.
No, everyone's just been hearing it wrong.
Well, no, eventually we'll learn acronyms, don't worry. If not, we'll bring it up again whenever we get confused by HW. Same 60-70, so honestly, if you keep leveling up your past your expansion level, it's not doing you much good.
That's been a big problem with MMOs since the dawn of time, is players get lazy and just want to use acronyms, and newer players have no idea what the hell they're talking about. And
well,
they'll come up to somebody who's never barely played the game and start using all these acronyms at them, and they're like, okay, can you start from the beginning, please?
Well, I assumed HW was Heavensward, but I also was wondering why it was spelled HW instead of HS. Alright, so I need to go up to the upper deck. Let's see here. I've definitely been calling it Heavensward the whole time, but I haven't even gotten to it yet, so I'm allowed to say it wrong.
You're working on it.
Maybe I'll do it just to trigger people and see how many people actually correct me. Am I calling it Heavensward in the first time we actually do it? The title of Heavensward is quite late of the meaning behind the game. You'll get to learn it through the progress through the expansion. So I guess Alphanod's never heard of like an ad. He's just having the champion just go around and speak to random people. Well, if it ain't Cretaceous, if I'd forget an adventure brave enough or draft enough to seek out the shortcut into the Titan's bedchamber. You remember old Rizzle, do you? From the old company of heroes through Whistle of Bronze Lake. Hi. It ain't often I drag myself arse out to the lings to drink, but I'm glad I did. How fare ye todays? You're looking to put together a crew, top tier work. It sounds like a right larker that does. Alright, you lad, count me in. The heroes may have got to their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into the grave just yet. But you just been pronouncing Azora this whole time. Just get ready for the bombardment of nerdage talk when newcomers come in. What, have I been saying Azora wrong the whole time too?
Yeah.
How do you say it then?
Eorzea.
Zora, Azoria. It's the same thing, just a quicker syllable.
Nope, still getting it wrong. A or Z. When in doubt, ask Nick Cage.
But maybe Gordon Ramsay went to college.
Gordon Ramsay's gonna give you a recipe on how to bake an Eorzea. He's not gonna actually tell you how to say it.
A precursor to United Azorian Grand Company. Well, I do admire the scope of this ambition. My responsibilities here at the Naldik and Vimills keep me close to the forge. I have not time to inspire hither and yawn across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armor, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions.
Alright,
You're going to get raised. Voiceover scenes have been pronouncing it multiple times. Have a good night, Sniper.
Yeah, and you're right. I've said Eorzea so many times in the cutscenes.
Well, It's easier to say things the wrong way than the right way sometimes.
I feel like it takes the exact same effort.
No. It's definitely easier to say things wrong. What the bloody else do you think you're talking to, old Drylander? I'm a pirate, not a sovereign knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on the dandy Cavern store. She seems nice. Let's see here. So we got 3 out of 5. Go figure, they want us to recruit 5 people. We can't just go to like one meeting hall and be like, hey, we're with the champions. Would you like to work with us? Like here, boom. 5 people. We'll recruit Gregory, Sting and Stormcloud, well, I guess there's only 2 Patreons here. Everyone else seems to be an employee. Or Ninja. There we go. So we got another one. So we got 3 all in one spot. Still there, Nico?
Yeah, man. We still can hang on my phone.
Yeah, you'll have to kick out Sniper.
Well, you're the leader.
Oh. Since people don't like to leave the group when they leave. An organization with the freedom to operate within territory impunity. Must say your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens will know that there's time to act and time to watch, and I'm afraid this trial company of yours fails into the latter category. Alright, so we got one more person to actually recruit. Baby. Master Alpna is an organization. I heard from the formation of his trial company. It was in the offing. This with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation as the commander of the Yellowstone Jagus and the protection of Lima Lominsa. Wants and needs receive my full attention. You're telling me this quest had us go to the guy who's like in charge of a whole nother organization, be like, hey, we know you're in charge of this, but why don't you just give that one up and join ours? And that should have been just the obvious, just don't even ask that guy. What game are you playing on your phone, Nico?
It's called the Room.
The Moon?
The Room.
Never heard of it.
It's like a puzzle game. It's on Steam as well.
Oh, that's cool. Critics, your recruiting went well, I trust. I am curious to see how many proposals were received by the rough and ready folk of Lima Luenza. A member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing! I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. A few boasts could have the acquaintance of such an elusive character. After I was successful in my task, the Admiral consented to the sign of the document requiring her approval. You can only hope that my visit with the outer seats to proceed as smoothly. Pray continue on to Grantania at your own pace. I shall wait here upon your arrival at the Noveka altar. Alright, so we'll teleport across. So, I think we're 1, maybe 2 quest lines away from being able to do the next elite trial. Are you going to be able to do that with the 2 of us?
If we on sync, yeah.
You miss playing games on mobile? What happened to your phone, Mustang? My Audiences with the Elder Seedsters, due to my commitment momentarily. I'd be grateful if you would, once more seek to the task of recruitment here in Quintania. After you deem the well of potential candidates here is run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship to encounter once again. Nico is a legend if he still does that.
Well, I do sometimes, like when I'm bored and stuff.
What happened to your phone though, Mustang? I think it's follow age Mustang, if I'm... Actually, hold on.
Yeah, no, it's not follow age.
I forgot to turn on streamer bot. That was my bad. And that's probably why it hasn't actually been reading out the ads. Alright, there we go. Now it should... Give it a minute to actually update, probably. But in a second it should work. Oh my god, it surely can't be you! By what freakful fortune must I be the first face to see upon the release of yours? Could it be that you don't remember me? It is! I'm the Rentus, the man who crimes you expose. I was a wither and a regular patron of the Buscarians. Sure, of course I remember you! Well, of course you do! I was beginning to wonder if I had gold to change me more than I realized. That I have a peculiar wish to recognize after this shameful conduct. Less said of my past, the better I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to the part of Quintania? Recruiting, eh? What is the policy on the reformed convicts? As a matter of the stands, the Woodwheelers have not more to do with me. This may just be the second chance I was looking for. Well, that's all you say. I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this. I promise you, I'm a changed man. We got the command to work. Nothing on my phone is okay. I don't play games on it now. I remember the only game I play was the Standoff 2. I still have it. My only problem with mobile is it always has like the most predatory monetization policies. And then that eventually leaks over into other games. Whenever people see that mobile's paying the most. But I'm still amazed. And I don't know why. And I know no one isn't going to have like an answer unless they actually work with Nintendo. But why on earth would Nintendo bother like making their own console and just make it their games go on phones? Like, that'd be so much cheaper for them just to do it that way. 2 months, 23 days, 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 7 seconds. Wow, this thing actually keeps it down to the seconds. That's impressive.
I can't.
Just not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited. This is the company of yours as settlements to them some promise. But its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such a time as the organization is more organized. Of course. I think Steam Deck will be the future of gaming. I disagree. What do you mean the future of gaming? I feel like that's what people thought when Sony made the PSP, and we saw how well that actually did. I think the Switch was smart since they combined mobile, like the handheld approach, and the actual like console like being a little bit more beefier mentality. But I don't think the Steam Deck has that same capability, so I think the Switch is always going to be marketed better. Hey, everything changes. They will figure out a way to put the 5090 in there sooner. 5090 is not going to fit. They'll have to make a much smaller card. You wanted to offer this old man a place in your company of championships. I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Wait a minute. Not this dude. Pray forgive me, young master. I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here by whoever scant remains to me. Bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. Alright, Nico, I think our quality of recruitment has gone downhill drastically since we left and went to Grindania. The first one we talked to was a convict. The second one we talked to was a butler who helped hide the body of the one that his mistress ate. We're sort of 0 for 2 on people that were recruiting this area. PSP had a huge market in the Asia back then. Except some parts of the world got consoles for cheaper.
The next one is going to be a nurse.
A traitorous convict, nonetheless. That's what I'm saying. Like our recruiting efforts here is not like, can we not just like recruit a bunch of sylphs? They seem so nice, and they'd probably join immediately. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest here at the torment's back to give up upon you for good. I'm terribly sorry. We were just... Oh, Cretaceous, is it? It's been some time since our paths crossed outside of the Coppermill mines. Can I say by Jeff? Sure, why not? You were barely more than a novice adventurer, but look how far you've come. Mother Mune tells me 'twas you who fell for the fearsome Black Wolf. Now you seek soft-hearted souls to fill the ranks of the New Order. Well, your cause is undoubtedly just. My old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. It is the first thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company as soon as I have seen Isildur safely home. Well, we recruited one, and everyone else is old. What's this? Achievement exchange.
Oh yeah, you can...
Oh, that's right, this ugly stuff.
You can get mounts from there too.
But I get a mount?
Yeah. I believe it's in others. And you have the Behemoth Warhorn. The Deathclaw Thingamabobber. And I believe there's one more.
And there we go. So I see the Deathclaw. Suit of Chocobo armor designed to resemble the word of a long-forgotten hero of legend. I don't care about that one. Alright, so we got one of you. So it's Deathclaw and what else you said?
Behemoth Warhorn.
Got it. Nope. I got it. I only have 4 left, so we're getting to the point of I'm spending all my money.
What's that again? Extra.
Alright, so those are all minions.
I think it was 3. It could have been 2.
Headgear, Warhorn. It might just be 2. Ah, yes, we could get the big giant fat chocobo head.
You have minions and shit. You can buy there too.
Yeah, I see a bunch of minions.
Oh, you sit here, you buy the... That would fit with the chocobo costume.
Yeah, it would. Like random. Oh, I can't even pull out a mount here.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, not that is.
Wait a minute. I have mail? did I just do?
What did you do?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was the mail dude. He said something, I clicked through it because I thought I was just going to open up mail. And then he gave me something, but I don't know what. Let's see here. Curious to see what these other mounts are. Which I should be able to do. Ooh, that one looks cool. That's the magic hand. What?
It doesn't actually have that red aura.
Tell me they went cheap with it.
Yeah.
Well, good news, Alfnod. All the serial killers and cannibals are not wanting to join. What news, Creatures? For my part, the Elder Seedster would be most amenable to our reputation. A former woodwheeler and a seasoned adventurer, our company will not lack variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike to Oda while the iron's hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade with the endeavor to conclude our remaining business on our journey draws close to an end. Time to return back home. Oh. I guess that was it. I thought we were going to have to talk to a lot more people here. Alright, Mr. Alfnod, what do you got? Thought of the Gilded City, where fortune defines one's worth. I hope some of the manner of fortune is with us, and that is the final leg that proves successful as the previous two. Might I suggest ascending into the lower levels before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from our personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are completed. Good hunting, Cretaceous. Alright, so I was right. We are recruiting here. Alright, so you need to go to the lower areas this time around. Grab a drink real quick. This is a dark part of the city. Where were we? You seem like a fine person. I'd be surprised what rumors down to the Pale Lane. No, not to the glorious company of yours, and just how far I'd go avoid to get involved with it. Voices on the street say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting a just cause, then you're in a bigger fool than I thought you looked for. You're nice, mister. Never mind. I'm taking it back. You can stay there. Company that looks to cure all the ills of the realm entire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next stall over, let alone the conundrums of the neighboring nation. So have you left it? Sorry. Have you leveled up your crafting stuff yet, Nico?
No.
I'm surprised. You leveled it up all in New World though, didn't you?
No, not all the way.
Oh.
I don't really like crafting, so I always do that best.
I thought you maxed it out in New World. My bad.
No, I got kinda.
Oh, what happened to coincidence? Do you happen to remember me, perchance? I am Maruchin, the Church of the Saint Adama Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. And I must thank you, preventing the fraudulent priest from preying on our dry bones less fortunate. Most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion, Thancred, was it? Ah, this new companions you seek then. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good. When places at the church with the children, nevertheless, I wish you well in understanding. Well, that was a quick way to say no. Let's see, hold on. Was that closer? Alright, so we're ahead the Weaver's Guild this way. Alright, so come over here to you, Mr. Yellow Moon, or Miss Yellow Moon. I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some sort of new fashion manner of propositioning a lady? Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. This lady is spoken for. Good day to you, sir. Good day. Sorry? Alfred sent me here. If you want to yell at someone, yell at him. Alright, so hold on. So we got you. And then we have the person who felt the need to be on the other side of the world. Clearly, this one's going to join the cause. Wager the man who came to the Little Almingo looking for that masked devil. You might know what would have happened if he hadn't. I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends beside. We were such fools. Anyway, the disaster really got me thinking. What about our homeland and about our outsider who saved us from ourselves? From this how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make myself a more worldly man. So here I am. A new company of champions! And you say it will take me all the corners of the realm? Sounds exactly the kind of opportunity I need. Don't you worry, I'm not the same strap that you mentioned in Little Almingo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil now, and I know it is out there. Speak of Almnod and the Royal Promenade. Alright, so you, that should be in the Chamber Rule. Starting to actually recognize the names of places. How fared you, Cretaceous? What hidden gems do the streets of Uda offer up for the unrelenting gaze? This one's actually the best one so far. A single Alminigan youth. Well, you've certainly given us a admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. In these troubled years, following a calamity, talk of Azora's salvation must seem akin to grasping at the clouds. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people is born in no small part from the victories you proved yourself to win. Thank you, Cretaceous, I will not be squandered the precious gift you placed into my keepings. These recruits will become the new foundation of the beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubts surmassed, the Sultana also graces my trial company with her blessing. First wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed, and the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You were concerned by the syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of the contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer to not rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as far as the rumors and doubts surrounding the enterprise, well, such things would still plague us, then the company has a chance to prove its worth. Will not be an easy pocket, but we will earn the people's trust once we succeed, success at a time. Speaking of time, we shall waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stones to the Netta Zora. Oh, it's teleporting us. Nice. Hey, Pickles. How was your stream tonight?
Tell me, General, what think you of Alphino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience. Since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? The royal house! How deplorable this mockery of justice!
It is an angry potato. I just took a day off, sir. I had a great Mother's Day with my mom that I just haven't hanging on with Star Sit Chat waiting for the patch. Oh, that's awesome. Hope you had a good Mother's Day. And we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. It's actually free for the base game and the first 2 DLCs. It seems like it comes with like several hundred hours worth of content before you actually get to the point where you have to pay the monthly fee like WoW. If you're a fan of MMOs, it might be worth checking out. Maybe it's a sad potato instead of an angry potato.
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
So angry, so frustrated, so sad. Alright guys, well we are going to be calling it quits here for tonight. If you guys enjoyed, make sure you like and subscribe. We'll be back again with more Final Fantasy XIV, either this weekend or possibly on Tuesday, depending on people want to see that. Wouldn't want to give Nanamamo a hug in this scene. Yeah, it was pretty... I'm surprised she was actually crying there. I was glad that the Dune Awakening beta is over. How I can get back to my normal schedule without streaming twice. Thanks again for sticking around. It's time that I actually make some dinner. But I hope everyone has a good afternoon, evening, and morning, and I will see you guys in the next one. I hope everyone had a good Mother's Day.